really look at making careers in cybersecurity. So it's not working. So what I'm going to be covering is the cybersecurity landscape. What is the current landscape? What is the skills gap in Africa? And what opportunities does it bring to all of us? As far as the landscape is concerned, do you know which is the largest economy in the world today? The largest economy in the world today is the US, and that's, if in terms of GDP, it's around 26 trillion US dollars. The second one happens to be China, which is 18 trillion US dollars. The third one is Japan, but it's actually not the third, it's the fourth, and I'll tell you why. Because Japan is around 4.2 trillion US dollars, and the amount of cybercrime which is happening currently is almost, in this year, is supposed to be ending at almost around 8 trillion US dollars. That's the problem that we are actually having today. And that is what is very, very threatening. That's the world which we are living in, and therefore, I said, if it were measured as a country, then cybercrime would be the number 3rd in the world. This means almost 600 billion a month, almost 900 million an hour, or if you were to look at it, $250,000 being taken away by cyber criminals every second. That's the problem which we are having today. So let's look at it, how the cyber landscape has actually evolved. This field is constantly evolving due to the technological advancements and the ever-changing nature of the cyber threats. New terms, concepts emerge regularly to describe the developments in this field. We had mainframes, which were the first generation of the large-scale computers. From mainframes, we went to desktops, and this actually brought the computing in the hands of individuals. From desktops, we moved to mobiles, and now everything, the computing actually came in the hands of everybody. From mobiles, it moved to cloud computing. And this represented a complete different paradigm, shift from the traditional on-prem to cloud-based. And we have the AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, all these cloud services where most of the data right now exists. And then we have Internet of Things, where everything is connected. Now that brings a completely different challenge as well as a threat, because as more and more IoT devices talk to each other, monitoring them and seeing the data flow in all of them becomes very, very difficult. Then we have blockchain, which is a distributed ledger technology that underpins cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. And that provides a secure and transparent way to record transactions, but then now there are even cyber criminals who are getting into all of that, and then that brings a completely different challenge. And then we have AI. AI encompasses the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, but then now we have AI doing all of that, which includes learning, reasoning, problem solving, and perception. Machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, all of this has contributed to significant advancements in AI. So this is being used in NLP, which is the natural language processing, image recognition, autonomous vehicles, and predictive analysis. So if you look at it, the journey from mainframes to AI, this represents an evolution both in hardware as well as software, and enabling far more accessibility connectivity, intelligence, and each stage of this evolution has significantly impacted the way we live, the way we work, the way we exchange data, the way we interact with technology, and the way, which has been now created for even more transformative developments for the future. So, while we had all this transformation happening, securing the classical computer systems in the terms of protecting them from various forms of threats and attacks, while it has been an age-old concern, now it brings completely new challenges. How do you protect data? So as long as computers have existed, there have been efforts to safeguard them. In early days, it was more about physical security. So we had large mainframes, so it was how do you protect them in a room, or how do you protect them in a building? So it was more about physical security. Then, after that, we had password security. So you put in passwords, and you thought you were very, very secure. Guess what? That's not any secure any longer. After that, we started having malware, and we started having viruses. So with the advent of internet and personal computers, malicious software, such as viruses, worms, Trojans, these started becoming a threat, and a significant threat at that. Post that, we have firewalls, network security. So as networks grew, so did the need to secure the networks. So did the need to have firewalls and intrusion detection systems that needed to be developed to protect networks and data transmitted over them. This then evolved into cryptography. And the field of cryptography has been very, very essential in securing data both at rest as well as when data is in transit. So there are many, many methods in cryptography. How do you secure data in all forms that it exists in? I just talked about AI and machine learning. More recently, you've seen AI and ML having been employed to enhance security also. So it's not just about automating or doing things by the machine, it's also how do you use that to secure system. So they are used for threat detection, anomaly detection, and even in the development of autonomous security systems. Security is now also required in the cloud. So with the shift to cloud computing, securing data and application in the cloud has now become a paramount concern. Cloud-specific security measures and best practices are being developed and are being deployed as we speak. Ethical hacking and red teaming is something which you must have heard about. So organizations now often employ ethical hacking or red teams to proactively get into systems, identify the vulnerabilities, and therefore finding out what are the gaps and how do you then improve your security in your systems. So in essence, when the fundamental concept of securing computer systems have very deep ancient roots, the methods and technology used have evolved, and now there is a significant need to keep pace with how technology has been advancing. Okay, what happened over here? Okay. I want to talk about something which is now very, very interesting. When in older days, when computing was becoming more and more, being used more and more, the data used to be processed in bits. So it's either a 0 or a 1. So the transition from classical bits has now come to quantum bits. And what does that mean? So in classical computing, the basic unit of information is the classical bit, which can represent only one of two states, which is either a 0 or a 1. The classical bits are used to encode and process information in classical computers, like the ones which either which I just showed, or the ones which you guys must have been using a few years back. Now come to quantum bits. Quantum bits or qubits are fundamental unit of computing of information in the quantum computing era. Unlike classical bits, qubits can exist in a superimposition of states. Now you can have multiple zeros, and you can have multiple ones, and you can have multiple zeros and one existing in the same space. And it's not just that, they can exist in different spaces at different times parallelly. So imagine now that data which was earlier secured in bits is now being deciphered or decrypted in qubits. The time taking to process that is phenomenally higher in qubits than in bits, and therefore the data becomes very vulnerable. In terms of, I want to talk slightly more about quantum computing. Quantum computing has the potential to significantly impact encryption, particularly the encryption methods which are currently being used to secure data and communication in classical computing systems. This impact arises from the unique properties of quantum computing, including its ability to perform certain types of calculations much faster than the classical computers. So I'm not going to talk too much about it, but what I want to try and tell you over here is that the data which was being used, stored, encrypted in bits is now very, very vulnerable now that it's being used by hackers to decipher and crack in qubits. That's the point which I wanted to make. And then there is a theory of entanglement, which I just said it can exist in various states, and not just that, now data can also be transferred through light. And how do you secure data in Li-Fi, for example, if anybody's heard about Li-Fi? So that's a completely different discussion. I'm not going to get into that right now. So I'm just going to skip some of these slides. Is this crazy, what I just talked about? Do you think it's crazy, or this is something which you know about? It's not crazy. This is exactly what the world that we are living in. And that's exactly why I need a lot of awareness. We need a lot of education. We need a lot of training. And this, by the way, gives rise to a huge opportunity which is there for all of the students whom I'm seeing over here in front of me, who can now actually make a career in cybersecurity. That's what we have. That's what we do at EC Council. I'm not going to show you all the courses over here. If anybody wants to know what, you can talk to me after the session. And I started by saying that today it's around 8 trillion. This is growing at a CAGR of 20% every year. And it's supposed to be around 10.5 trillion in 2025. That's the problems which we are facing. That is the challenge which we have. And cyber criminals are there everywhere. So coming to Africa and coming to the landscape in Africa, it's still adopting technology as we speak. There are over 500 million internet users and counting. The shift is being just from consumer to now creation of content. We have all kinds of social media. Everybody is contributing with their own content which they want. Yes, there is a lot of data which is being transferred and stored and created on a minute, every second basis. And that's increasing in Africa, if you look at it. And the fact is that more than 90% of businesses are operating without the necessary cybersecurity protocols in place. A very, very basic thing like awareness, which is required by every organization, that is not also being put in place right now. So it's not one. All sectors are vulnerable here, whether it is finance, healthcare, energy, technology, all sectors are vulnerable. It's not that it's only going to affect one sector. Any business which exists today and has a digital footprint, is using data, all of them are vulnerable, which is every business. And all of us, because all of us are using mobiles, all of us are using computers. Everybody is vulnerable today. My colleague just talked about all the kind of attacks which have happened. I'm going to talk about some of them. In 2019, city of Johannesburg had a ransomware attack. And they had to, while the city didn't pay the ransom, the incident disrupted municipal services for days. Actually weeks and months, but that's how things get affected. There was a South Africa Experian data breach. In Nigeria, the Nigerian government website were defaced in 2021. In SARS, there was a phishing campaign which happened in South Africa, where the cyber criminals targeted South African organizations and individuals with phishing mails. Banks in Nigeria were hit by cyber attacks, including DDoS attacks, which is distributed denial of service. And all these attacks have led to service disruption. So every time, imagine when you go to an ATM and you try and take money out, and then all of a sudden it says service not available. Or you go online and you're trying to do a transaction and it says system error. You know what's happening? Most probably the system is not there, it's been hacked. And that's why you can't get into that system. And that's when, you know, these cyber criminals come in and they ask for ransomware, and until and unless you don't give in, or then you say, okay, the data becomes, they say either pay us or we'll make all this data available to public at large or put it on the dark web. So that's why we need cybersecurity training, and that's the importance of cybersecurity, which we are all talking about today. So what are the root causes over here? The root causes are, there is limited education, there's lack of awareness, and obviously economic challenges which lead to underinvestment or no investment in this sector. So with all this, what is the opportunity? The opportunity is that the median age of the entire African continent is around 20 years. What does this indicate? This indicates that they are very young, energetic, very potential workforce, and I just mentioned, it's this audience which I'm looking at who can now look at making a career in cybersecurity, because as we speak, at just the entry level, there are 3.5 million people which are required to be given jobs in cybersecurity as we speak today. And there aren't enough people to fill those jobs. This is just the entry level. From there, you go into actually network defense, you get into ethical hacking, penetration testing, incident handling, forensics, threat analysis, data recovery, application development, blockchain. You can get into so many other streams within cybersecurity. So it's not just about hacking or defending. And then finally, becoming a CISO. And if you just go and Google people who are in this field, all the guys who've certified, who are trained, what kind of jobs are they getting and what kind of salaries they are getting, you'll be amazed. You know, even in Kenya and across the African continent, because I keep going to all countries across Africa, there are very limited trained people. And they work for just a few months and they are poached by another organization because there aren't any. And more often than not, they then go to either the US or the UK because then they get pulled from there. And there's always a dearth of skilled people here back in the country. What I'm trying to say here is that there's a huge unemployment issue anyhow, not just here in Kenya, but in Africa as a continent. And here's an opportunity that you have the field of cybersecurity, which offers a lot of opportunity. Now that's where, and we have the programs, we have a lot of policy from the government, there are a lot of initiatives from the government, from the academia, from universities like the University of Nairobi, where we are. There are so many opportunities available. You should just go and see how you can make the most of it. So with that, I'm just going to end my session. If anybody has a question, you can ask me. If there's no question, it means either you understood everything or I wasn't able to get across to you. Anyhow, thank you very much, and you can meet me otherwise separately. Thank you.
I think we need to shift from a class interaction to an open interaction. For example, what is hacking? What is cybersecurity? You know, we use a lot of technical words when we're describing cybersecurity. He feels like something very complicated. Or maybe the techie people like to complicate cybersecurity. I'm going to ask for microphones so that we can ask the questions that any question related to cybersecurity, that which probably, because I know you know a lot about cybersecurity, but there are also some few things here and there that maybe you don't. But then we have the professionals here, we have the professors here, we have the industry specifically here with us now, this moment. It's an opportunity to interact with our speakers, the ones who have spoken, even the ones that have not spoken. Let's see whether you have any, you can contribute, by the way, on your view. Or you can also disagree with our statement, with our theme, that there are no gaps in cybersecurity training. Microphones. Anyone with something to say or ask? Yeah, 1, 2. I need to see by show of hands so that I can allocate that. That's 3. Wait. 3. Any other person? Yeah, 4. Someone else? 5, 6. Okay, we'll do this. The one from the back. Yeah, you're the one, yes. Get the mic.
Do I need to stand or I can?
Yes, please, stand.
My name is Joseph, and I would like to request the companies that came in here today if they can sponsor some of us, because me professionally, I'm a driver, but I've done some computer IT essentials on Cisco. So if they can fund us, I personally am willing to learn the cybersecurity training. Thank you.
Very good. There's someone else there. Please, feel free. You can add number 5, 6, 7.
Thank you very much, our speakers. My name is Joshua Adeu. I come from the health sector. And I've been very much impressed by our last speaker. And I would like just to pose a question to him or any other speaker who spoke before, in the cyber crime in the world today, we see the technologies are coming up every day, and also they are being tampered with all the time. My question is, in the line of crime, where do these criminals come from? Are they from the experts in that line, or they are from outside, the professionals? Because as he has spoken that most of our trained cyber experts from Africa, they migrate to Europe and other countries. But the same, we have started experiencing the same activities of cyber crimes in Africa more often. So can you elaborate, where do these criminals originate from? Are they from the professionals, or they are just from other underground trainings? Thank you.
Please, Sanjeev, I know you're going to respond to the second question. Can you respond to the first one also? Someone who is very much interested in learning cybersecurity.
Yes. Okay, so that's a great question, and I'm going to answer both of them.
Okay.
He did mention he had already done a course from Cisco, all right? I know for a fact that both at EC Council and all other training providers, if somebody really wants to pursue, there are programs which have been made to first start the basic level of training, and then how do you take it forward. For example, Cyber Pro today is a training organization, so he should be talking to them as to how he can take it forward. So that's my answer, because all of them have programs to enable learners who are very keen how they can even be supported financially. So there are programs. So for details, you should be contacting people like Cyber Pro, and even at the university level, we are running a lot of programs. So you can find those out. You want to add? Yeah, okay. As far as the gentleman who asked the second question, cyber criminals don't come from Mars. They are from amongst us, okay? They are just more aware than what we are. They are more inquisitive than what we are. They are more informed than we are. They are more, so how do they get into this? Some get into it just for the fun of it. How do I go and hack a website? How do I just go and trouble something? Some do it at a government level. How do I now, which you just talked about, the Ukraine war. It's a completely different hacking which is happening over there. Some do it for financial gain, okay? It's just that the cyber criminals have more intent to learn than all of us who are just sitting on the side. And I just said that the opportunity is far higher. The cyber criminals, they are taking away trillions of dollars because they are keen to see how they can work. We have ethical hacking ways, how you can ethically go and hack and see, not hack, ethically go and see how the systems are vulnerable and how do you prevent. So just to come back to your question, they are not aliens. They are from amongst us, but their intent, their hunger to learn, their hunger to do is far higher than what other people don't have.
Very good. There was another question.
She wanted to answer.
Oh, yes.
No, I just wanted to share in a little bit more, and thank you for the interest and having completed the Cisco courses. I think it's actually commendable for the drive that you have in terms of what next, right? As Sanjeev mentioned, I think the industry, lots of courses available, and I think increasingly you'll find, and I'll speak a little bit to Cisco over here, we do have on the Cisco Networking Academy program, and these are courses which actually are really, there's no fee to it, but there's a journey, and alongside with our partners, we can help you in terms of building that career as well. Yeah, thank you.
There was another hand Yeah, the one in the middle first.
So, my name is Samuel. I'm the Google Developer Student Club Lead from the University of Eastern African Baraton. So my question was that 8% of the cybersecurity courses are very expensive for students to subscribe to. So what are you doing, or what's your take on that?
Very good question.
Good morning. My name is Hubert. I am a law student at the University of Nairobi. I have two questions. The first one is, we are seeing how coding can be utilized in coding can be utilized by AI, and concerning the gap, is it a concern for upcoming students of cybersecurity that AI is doing what they are trained to do, so that the gap can be reduced? Thank you.
Yeah. We need to answer those two questions. Yeah, there is a response. Rajesh?
Hello. So, first of all,
You can stand. You can even come to the front.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. To answer your question, first we have to understand. The first gentleman have asked that the courses. Just here we need to understand. We have seen some lights here. So what is darkness? In cyber world, we call a word darkness. It is not a darkness. It is absence of light. You could see in that way. So you have to learn those things. That is point number one. You can classify your learning on which level you are and what level you want to achieve via guidance of some industry experts, or maybe in Google, or maybe some other media we have. And now, though AI is concerned, 190 plus AI solutions are serving across. And everyone is having different skills. And to answer your query on AI, so all this, we people are using AI. But the one gap is that we are disclosing our information via AI as well sometime. So prior to use any technology, you need to understand what are the pros and cons over there. Few industries are there. They're providing sometime online courses, which is absolutely free courses. And for basic level, the foundation level, you can go through that. And another way, for who are becoming for expert level, yes, CyberPro is there. You can route through them to understand more on this. Yeah.
So you said there is 8% of courses which are expensive. I don't know where you get that figure from. What about the other 92%? You can anyhow do those. Okay, it's a joke. What I'm trying to say over here, and I'll just confer, I agree with all the other panelists over here, that entry level, there are a lot of courses where you can do it for free, by the way. It's just that probably you don't know that they exist. So you need to do more research on that. And as you keep enhancing your skills is then when you need to get some professional certifications. And what you need to see is not how expensive the course is. You need to see where does it take you. And with that qualification, and I mentioned, you look at all the people who are in various fields of ethical hacking, network defense, incident handling, response, application security, what jobs they are doing, how many jobs are there, how many more people are required, what kind of salaries they are getting. So that's what you get. And obviously, there's a cost to everything which you do in life, but you have to look at what value does it bring to you. And when you look at the value, then the cost is nothing. That's one. Coming back to AI, You use internet? Is it good or bad? There are both kind of uses for internet. Yeah, it's the same internet which also the dark web is there. Yes, you heard of the dark web? So everything has a good and a bad to it. It depends on which side you want to be. AI brings in a lot of good, and it can really help solving a lot of problems which we have currently in humanity. But we only look at, okay, so when there was an industrial revolution, did you read about the industrial revolution? Before that, people used to be on carts or horses, and they said, oh, machines will come and there'll be no more jobs. Guess what? Machines made life easy for people. Then everybody said, oh, computers have come, our jobs will go. People who were doing manual jobs, they said there'll be no more jobs because computers are here. What will we do? Guess what? It brought so many more jobs for everybody. AI brings so much more potential to what we are doing right now. You don't even know the kind of jobs you're going to get. Even I don't know what kind of jobs are going to be there in the next 5 years, leave alone the next 10 years or 20 years. That's the potential which you bring. So don't be scared. You said, should we be scared? You should be very, very excited about the future. Yes?
Very good. We move to this side now. We are coming. Let's see. Yeah, there is a gentleman here. And the second one here in the middle.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Festus Kirwa, student at the University of Nairobi. However, I did my software engineering at ALX. And there's one aspect that most of the hackers have understood. There's a pattern of continuous learning and understanding how the systems are working. I realize that most hackers are on a continuous learning path to understand how these systems are working. And one of the groups that really came to a surprise was the Sudan, Anonymous Sudan, how they brought in, how they made the whole government website to go down. These guys, they understood it was more of a learning opportunity, but also now putting that learning into an experiment. And then there's another question of AI. I'll be honest, is that there's a fear amongst the younger generation that AI is going to take our jobs. But when we remember when the calculator came in, it did not replace the mathematicians. It's actually the mathematicians who used the calculators who became more efficient. Therefore, AI is going to help somebody who has understood how to do a particular task. And then finally, in the cybersecurity, we have more opportunities. So it's upon you to decide how then could I build my own skills and then venture into this big field. Yeah.
Very good. We have just gotten a speaker. While it was an answer, a question. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Moses. I'm a student here at the University of Nairobi. Also in the field of software development. My question mainly lies in, okay, my concern comes speaking from a tech point of view when it comes to opportunities, especially narrowing down to the African youth or the African labor force. It is true that there exists spaces in the market, especially in the tech world, numerous opportunities. But in my recent experience as a software developer, I realized that these spaces in tech are not particularly for Africans, say, because when you go to apply in these websites, these job sites, there are numerous opportunities, and then they ask you mostly, do you have a visa for the States or Europe? So my question was, or is, are there opportunities tailor-made for the African labor force in the cybersecurity world, or rather in the tech world at large?
Very good. Let's answer that question first. It's very important. tailored for Africans. Ooh. Okay, please. Anyone? Professor?
Okay, I'll try and answer that one. I don't know if I'll give a valid answer, but I can say, okay, we're like trying to see if there are any jobs for people like us. Yeah, but I would look at it from a different perspective. I would say, are there problems that face Africa that only us can understand? I think that's a yes, isn't it? I think you've seen a lot of things that have changed in the recent past. That things about Africa. You saw the way COVID came. And all of us are so scared that we're going to be extinct, Africans especially. But we survived naturally. So I think we can. I think we can get opportunities that are in Africa that we can solve. I don't know which ones, but they are there.
Yeah, there are questions that are online because we're also live. Oh, yes.
Maybe I could just share a little bit from the industry. One of the things that increasingly we find, and my experience with working with international companies, actually encouraging the skills to job that process locally in our region in Africa, right? So for instance, the solutions that we sell out, we actually are building skills with the local system integrators. We don't have companies externally that coming in to do the deployment or sell in the solution or to implement or to service, right? So we are building the workforce locally, right? So I think, as an industry as well, that is our commitment in terms of ensuring that we're, for the learning path, the training that you're doing, those capacity, those training courses are available locally for what is relevant to the types of solutions which are needed in our market as well. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that. See, when you say that people ask, do you have a visa or do you have a passport? Maybe those jobs are specifically for openings which exist outside. Now, I also talked about the fact that there is no industry which is untouched by the cyber crime or the cyber threats. So today, all banks, and we have representation from banks over here, they have to build their own SOC center. If they don't have a SOC center, they have to outsource it to somebody. And they need people to not only manage that, but also run it on a day-to-day basis. Those jobs, nobody from outside is going to come and do that. They are people from here who get employed, and only people who are skilled, who are certified, they get their job. So it's all about having the right education and the right certification, and the jobs are here. I'm talking about banks, telcos, healthcare, somebody asked about. I come from India. Our premier hospital got hacked. For almost 15 days, they had to go manual because the data was not there and they couldn't access their servers. Now there's an entire team who has been hired over there just to ensure that it doesn't happen again. By the way, they got attacked after 6 months again, but this time they were ready. And why were they ready? Because they had trained people locally who could take care of that. So my answer to that is there are enough and more opportunities. You need to have the right education and the skill set for that. Jobs are more than there for you.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry, I just want to add, that the perception that it's not just for the IT or for the cybersecurity specialist, right? I think the ownership and the job opportunity cuts across industry and also not just for the IT specialized, right? I think there is an onus also for those who are maybe setting up the policies or the way the business is going, right? So you don't necessarily need to have that cybersecurity, can I say the technical skill set, but I think what's important is the awareness as well. And they are respective jobs along those lines too. Right.
Very good. I have 3 questions from online. Yes, I'll come back. Even we need to answer our friends online. One is asking, how is sharing personal information online aid cyber security, or rather, how dangerous is it in terms of cyber fraud aiding? That's one. The second one, it's almost a statement. Will AI replace humans, or will someone using AI replace you if you're a techie person? Will someone using AI replace someone? Or will AI replace someone working in a particular job? Yeah, those are two questions. You can answer that, Professor? Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Please. Okay, answer, then Professor will support.
Okay.
Rajesh.
Okay. So you can come here. So AI or security or anything, any aspect is required where digitization is there, cybersecurity is required there in today's era. So the question about how safe it is. Okay. Then in terms of will AI replace? No. I can redirecting you a speech given by Sundaram Pichai, Google.
Rajesh, I'll say talk to that camera.
Okay.
Yeah, that individual is online, yes.
Okay. So he has confirmed that the jobs will over, the website designer jobs will be over, because Google has prepared a AI where if you want to develop a website, right? So the AI, if you ask AI can create for you and deliver to you, like ChatGPT is doing few things. But here, the question is, there are several things. If I could ask in a security perspective, there are some certain hardening. The gentleman from that site, website design,
yes.
Software developer. If I could ask you, have you ever heard this CSP header? Those are part of hardening. So don't think that jobs will over. There are huge opportunity. There are huge opportunity by using AI. So, but you have to understand where is your strand, how much you are aware of all those technology. Because so I came to know that there are some anonymous Sudan or somebody hacked something or something. Here there is a question. The big organizations are in today's era. Everyone is well aware of session layer, and it is in 7. No, it is changed. Now 8 layer comes into picture. How human interacting with 7 layers, that is the 8th layer. That becomes the 8th layer. And that is where security comes into. So people need to understand what is the business objective, then their jobs are there. If you understand them well, and then basis on that we can plan, so opportunities are there.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, Professor.
Thank you very much. I think he has largely answered the question. But what I wanted to say is that all technologies in the world are created by human beings. If you thought that during the agrarian revolution, machinery was going to have everyone sitting at home and eating, then you're lying. So you're also lying about technology. It is going to be there, and it's just going to spread across. So whether you are techie or not, you'll have your pie as far as ICT is concerned, as far as AI is concerned. And so you have a job to do data analysis, you have a job to interpret, you have a job to write, you have a job to contextualize, and everything else that you think will be done by AI. There's nothing like AI without somebody behind it, and that somebody behind it is you. So that is a question which has an answer as no.
Okay. A question here, Noah? Your hand was up.
It's a quick one, and many people asking, okay, we have an organization, we have firewall. We don't need cyber security anymore. Firewall is enough.
Yeah, that's a question. Is firewall, and in the first place, what is firewall? Jane, probably, yes. What is firewall? And is firewall enough?
Chair, can we defer that question until I make my presentation?
Okay,
Because it
okay.
has-
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it's deferred. Dr. Uluoch, yes. Don't answer the question.
How are you? I think I want to make a comment to a question which was raised by, I think, the young man up there. We in Africa, we have a unique challenge. And the challenge is a university such as this one are actually doing a lot. That is preparing the young people for the world of work. And the expectation is that the moment you leave the university, you go to the industry. And that is now where we have a problem. So we are in a situation whereby the industry is not reaching out as fast. And again, in many cases, when it comes to things like cybersecurity, you realize that is a challenge even with the industry. So you find people there who are still struggling with the issues. They do not know how to respond. And when they do not know how to respond, they may not even appreciate that the young people are there. And that is what we are trying to bridge through this kind of a conference. So we are trying to engage the industry more and more, because once the industry players, those ICT managers who are there, appreciate that there's a problem, and then their young people can be mentored to be able to help them address them, then I think we'll be getting there. I think that is why most of our young people end up fighting for jobs outside the country, and it becomes quite competitive. So it is something we are trying to work through together, from the young people, the industry. We are trying to reach out each other so that together we can be able to see how we can go through these things together. So there is a challenge there. I appreciate that problem the young people are facing, and that is what we are trying to address. Yeah, thank you very much.
Very good. Yeah, someone up. I think his hand was first. No, the lady. Give the lady the microphone, please.
My name is Agnes Morema, and my question was more of the firewall issue. So we are having more softwares coming up, like the Sophos, and we are having more solutions like people curbing the internet and limiting the physical location of where people can access. So, for example, we have people who own their own servers on site and curb their internet and everything. How do we get to convince them that as much as you have these firewall softwares, as much as you can curb this and that, you still need someone to actually assess, or you still need a cybersecurity someone, because it feels like we are competing with the machines for these jobs. Yes, we can agree machines can be more accurate as much as they are still built by human beings, but the fact remains that people are relying more to the softwares, to AI than human beings. So I believe we don't actually have so many people venturing into cybersecurity because of that. How do we get to tell or let organizations know that it's very important to have a cybersecurity someone on site? Because actually I have encountered with people building websites using the assist of the AI, and then using plugins to actually check for malwares and everything, and they actually don't see any need of having a cyber someone. So how do we convince people?
Very
that
good. We are going to defer that question because of our presentation that will come in the afternoon. Yes, okay, okay. Microphone? Yeah.
So, Professor, I'm not going to talk about firewalls or how to secure systems. That's not my domain, okay? But just, I had to respond to the lady's question because she said, do we need cybersecurity professionals in the organization? Let me answer this slightly differently. You said there are processes, ways to find out how to identify malware, threats, this, that. All of that is good. Do you know where the problem lies? All of us know global warming is a problem. Yes? What do we do about it? We just talk about it. We don't do anything. As individuals, we don't do anything about it. And even if we are doing, it's not enough. Cybersecurity is a similar thing. Everybody knows on a daily basis, you, your friend, somebody in the family, somebody in the organization, they would have got phished. Their account would have got wiped. But we say it is happening to somebody else. It doesn't happen to me. So, no problem. That's not the case. The problem lies at the end user level. It doesn't lie at a system level. It doesn't lie at a software level. It is end users who are vulnerable. What happens? You will get a email saying it's Thanksgiving. I'm giving a $1,000 Amazon voucher. What do we do? Immediately, without even looking who sent the mail, we just go and click there. And it says, you know what? Just fill this form, put the details, and it'll come to you. And we said, wow, and we just go and fill that. We are unaware people. We don't look at the detail. The devil is in the detail. We don't look at that. And then, all of a sudden, the criminals, they get access to the system through your credentials. They get into the system, they put a Trojan in that, and then the system gets hacked. That's how it gets hacked. So the problem is awareness. The problem is education. The problem is we don't know what we are doing, what we should be looking for when we get these kinds. So there will be a call. It says, okay, fine, you've just won a lottery. I'm sending you a OTP, okay? Send me that OTP. What they're doing, they're taking your bank money out. Everybody falls for that trap. So, because we are unaware, we allow those cyber criminals to come in. It's not the systems. We need to educate ourselves.
Yes, there's another question online before we. Yeah, let me, this one, and then give him the mic. He's next. Someone is asking, is hacking good? A simple question, is hacking good? Yes, your question?
I would like to ask you this question, which is currently most of us, I think, came from like the periphery, or maybe like let's say from other provinces or maybe from other counties. And if you ask somebody who lives there right now, you talk about cybersecurity. If you talk about security, what they understand is the physical security. They don't understand that aspect of cyber or computer or anything to do with that. And the cell phone penetration, or maybe like the telecommunication penetration, is actually very slow there. And I think in recent years, that's when people started accessing smartphones and all these networks. But they still have no idea about what's happening out there. So my question is about the adoption of cybersecurity, or maybe like any other domain of tech. Because what I understand is that right now there is a disconnect between the private sector, the government, and also like academia. if they can come together and there can be awareness, or maybe there can be intense education, about, or maybe about cybersecurity, or maybe any other domain of tech. We could have done something long time ago. What are you doing about adopting these technologies, especially to the periphery, to the people who are not in Nairobi, because we are focusing more on Nairobi right now. So.
Very good. In fact, I can answer that. That is a simple question, okay, in my view, but it's a difficult one to answer at the moment, and I'll tell you why. That is the main reason why this conference is here, so that we can have a conversation between government, ICT industry, and the academia on what we can do together. Because cybersecurity has two phases. There is a technical phase, and the other side of the coin is the awareness. The awareness is the level where we don't use technical words. We simply explain to you, you're at risk. And you might understand. Okay, fine. I can give some simple, in my view, one question, 1 minute. Your phone. Your phone has all details, has your credentials, has your bank, has your connection, you go shopping, all that. All that data is digital. And once someone gets hold of your phone, they can go to your bank. Once they get that data, they can sell it to someone who is selling, because it has the algorithms have picked your habits of shopping, so they can sell that data. So, yes, we need to find solutions on how to let everyone understand cybersecurity. And it is the same thing with the person asking, is hacking good? Actually, hacking is good, in my view. It is very good, because you have to think like a hacker to protect a hacker. You have to understand how that hacker got into your phone in the first place, before you can even decide what to use to protect them from getting your phone. But we'll get to that at some other time, probably in the afternoon. Yes, a question here and in the middle, and the last one. Yes. Sorry? It's an answer. Oh, yeah, there's an answer. Okay.
Okay, yeah, hi. So my answer is to my neighbor, and I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, there's an outreach program by the ICT Authority under the Ministry of ICT that's reaching to it's going in phases. So like last year, they did an outreach program to the Mama Sokos. So they started installing internet to Soko people, and it's also now breaking down into devolution, where they're now starting to incorporate these training programs in terms of county level. So just recently, I was in Marsabit, which is in the periphery, all the way Kalacha, Chalbi Desert. And even there, they have 5G network. So it's being implemented. Yes, it's true. Don't look at me like, yeah, it's true. They're implementing it in phases. Of course, I've been there, so it's very hard to tell probably someone who maybe is still struggling with the local language that the cybersecurity and whatnot, but they're starting in phases of first installing internet, making sure there's stable network in that region, and then now they move into aspects of, using smartphones, and then now registering even casual laborers. Like now there's this TVET that's starting in Konza City, where they're now incorporating even casual laborers into systems that can help them now venture into. So it's going in phases. So once that is implemented, then they're able to now incorporate aspects of cybersecurity to protect these casual laborers, people in the periphery in terms of their data and whatnot. So it's being implemented by the ministry.
Perfect. Mike? The gentleman in the middle? Yeah, Professor, I'm coming to you in 1 second. Let me hear. Yes.
Jina ni Cleophas Owuor, mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Nimesikia baadhi ya wahutubi ambao wameweza kutangulia wakisema kwamba swala kuu ambao limeweza kusumbua watu hasa katika miaka ya kisasa ni kwamba udukuzi wa mitandao imekuwa ikiwasumbua sana hasa mashirika mbalimbali. Swali langu ni je, ni mikakati ipi ambayo imeweza kuwekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba udukuzi wa mitandao imeweza kuzuiliwa? Shukran.
Wow. No one wants to answer that question. Please, it's a question? You asked a question, please. Just one is enough.
It's a question and also to emphasize what he said.
Okay, okay.
The word cybersecurity in Kiswahili, because some of us outside there, they don't understand cybersecurity ni nini.
Okay, okay. Yes, Noah? Okay, Noah is not going to. We are going to have, please, we are going to have only 2 more questions for now. We will have another session where we'll interact later in the day. We will need to welcome another speaker to talk to us and, of course, respond to some of those questions that we had. Yeah, but we'll have 2. One, yeah. Why are you 3 seated in the same place? Who will I give? You choose. Who? Choose, the 3 of you choose who will speak or ask the question. Democracy in 2 seconds. You are unable to agree in 2 seconds. Okay, we'll give you 2 questions.
Hi, my name is Blair. Mine is not a question, but it's a solution or an answer to my prof there. He asked about the firewall. I have an instance whereby we took the haste of Safaricom just happened soon. I know everyone heard of it. Safaricom has firewalls that protect its system, but it's so unfortunate that it was penetrated. So there is a very big need of cybersecurity people who will do what is necessary. For instance, if there will be no cybersecurity, there are only firewalls, then Safaricom would launch into a loss that they would have never expected in real lifetime. Then firewalls work according to configurations. It depends with the type of vulnerability they are working on, and also the type of security issue they are protecting. So firewalls are penetratable at any time, and it's practical. So I echo the Cyber Week Africa to continue training more cybersecurity agents so that we may do the best to protect our systems.
Yeah, the gentleman at the end. The one at the end. Yes. Last one, please. Yeah.
Hello. I'm Bernard from Kirinyaga University, student of software engineering. So I'd like to ask a question referencing what you've said about hacking. So you've said hacking is good. And if hacking is good, what about cracking? And what's the difference between hacking and cracking? Thank you.
Okay. That question will be answered, but first, I need to introduce Professor Chepken. Professor is an ICT 4D, ICT-D researcher, consultant with experience in urban commuting challenges, telecommuting, education, health, agriculture, business processes, outsourcing. He has carried out ICT and development-related initiatives in East Africa, Southern Africa, South African countries, and he has experience as both practitioner and a researcher. Please, Professor, welcome.
Thank you very much. Can I have the slides, please? Media team. The slides, please. Maybe as the slides come up, the guy who was talking about cybersecurity in Swahili, maybe you can ask the gentleman who asked the question in Swahili to help us interpret it. And is your neighbor there? Can you, is he the one? Yeah, can he tell you so that you tell us? I'm hoping that the media team is working on the slides, and let me know if they are coming or not. Yes.
So what I was asking is that.
So first of all, at least you know how to speak in English. Thank you.
Not that much. Okay. So the question was that those who spoke before were saying that the hacking is one of the things that are making the internet to be more inasumbua sana. So what are the measures that have been put to make sure that this hacking is stopped?
Okay, good. So you are asking this question of, people keep asking whether the internet is actually good or bad. And because it's very troublesome, are we really going to stay there? And the answer has always been yes, we have to stay there. But then what are we going to do so that we stay there safely? So I think some of the things that, or rather some of the answers will be coming from some of the presentations we are going to have here, plus many others that are out there. Good. Thank you very much. So I was given this topic a few weeks ago, a month ago maybe, and my topic is Zero Trust Cybersecurity Strategy for Government IT Leaders. And there has always been this thing of when you're in a conference or you're speaking about a particular topic that you've been given, then you are tempted to change. So I actually changed it in my mind, but I didn't change it here because I was given by the organizers. So Zero Trust Cybersecurity Strategy for Everyone is what I'm going to be talking about. Because whether you are an IT leader, a user, a driver, and everybody else, you really have to know these things. Okay, I'm not sure whether this thing is working. Very well. So I'll be moving very fast because I have a number of slides, but the ultimate point is what is zero trust and how can we employ it. But before that, I'll be trying to answer some of the questions of what we, such as what do we do, what do we need to do on the internet. And some of the things are very obvious. We are aware that the cyberspace now is a battleground. And somebody was asking in the morning, where do these guys come from? And he was told, it's among us. And it's even worse in Kenya. You want to ask yourself, where do corrupt people come from? Where do thieves who break into our houses come from? I think that is an answer to the question somebody was asking about where do cyber criminals come from. And you need some proactive and security conscious approaches for you to survive in this environment. I think I'm answering some of the questions related to what we need to do. These approaches, which are proactive, require that there are those that are traditional, that we are not going to leave anytime soon, but then they are not enough yet. So have you had a situation where you have to put CCTV cameras in your home, your office? Can I please have to go to the next slide? You want to put CCTV cameras in your office, in your home, but you're not going to leave locking the doors, having your dogs, having anything else that you've been using. So you need to know both traditional and the new ways, and you need to know to practice also. As an IT leader, particularly, you need to practice. It is very interesting to have a farm manager who doesn't know how to work in a farm. I believe most farm managers must really work in the farm before becoming farm managers. It's very unfortunate that in the world you can find people who are IT leaders without having practiced IT. And it happens in many other disciplines. So both traditional and emerging techniques must be practiced, must also be known by whoever who is going to be the leader. So if you are the leader, you have to know how to do these things. Next, please. So I'll take you through very quickly what we call the traditional ways of doing things, trying to protect yourself, and then I'll then look at one example of the emerging techniques, which is zero trust technology. So you have strong passwords, unique passwords for each online account, for each account that you have, whether it's online or offline, but here we're dealing with online. You may want to deal with the password managers or any other application which may help you use passwords appropriately. I'll not go into the details. Number two, you might want to use, please, every time I look there, I need it to move because this thing is not moving. So you need to sometimes think of two ways, two-factor, multi-factor authentication. Most of the time it's two-factor authentication. We all know that. You want to, log into your Active Directory for those of us in the University of Nairobi, and you get an SMS confirming that you are the one who is logging in. That is a two-factor authentication method. You need to know how to practice that. You need to know what that means. You need to keep your software and systems updated. I'm just running through the traditional ones, and the IT experts who are in the room know what exactly we mean by this, but if you are struggling to understand some of these things, I think, of course, these guys will share the slides, but also it's a reference point for you to try and find out what that means. You need to be wary about phishing. What is phishing will be a question that would take us probably another 1 hour to answer, but it's basically convincing you. It is a cyber threat that comes as most of the time as a social engineering practice. So what happens usually is somebody convinces you to give them your credentials. Actually, most of the things that happen on the cyberspace have nothing to do with the technology. They have something to do with you giving out your credentials, and then you say, I've been hacked. In fact, you don't get hacked very easily. You are the one who gives out credentials. So if you call somebody saying, my Facebook account has been hacked, or my email has been hacked, then it's not hacked. It's you who gave out those things. Number 5,
You need to use antiviruses, anti-malware software, secure your Wi-Fi networks. And as I said, because of time, I'm just going to mention some of these things. Don't forget to know that, or to remind yourself every day that you'll be hacked and your data will disappear at some point. So please back up your data. Please be cautious on social media. I just put that image there from my Facebook account. Every time I open my Facebook account, I see about 20 to 30 requests to be added as a friend. But then I used to click yes, yes, yes. Then I realized at some point that I am in danger. In fact, in the next few days, I'll be closing my Facebook account. Because now I get all sorts of characters. I can't now open my Facebook page at home when my children are there. You guess why? Because I accepted some funny characters who, when I open, they are there, they have developed a story, and that story is about, I don't know where they were in the pitch somewhere. So I've decided that I'm going to close it, I'll open a new one, and I'll only be accepting people above 40 years old. Be careful. Use secure and updated browsers. A lot of us don't know. In fact, you go tell somebody tells you, my computer has a problem. I think my browser is not opening. Then you ask them, which browser are you using? And they say, I don't know. Which one is good? That means knowing the browser and knowing that it's the up-to-date one is a problem. So this conference, this workshop, this collaboration is very key. And I like the lady who was telling us that they are doing things with Mama Mboga and the rest. That is the way to go. Because otherwise, if you bring in a device into an organization and that device is not running an updated browser, then you are done, regardless of the many things that you have. So it's very important that we know these things. Number 10 is you need to avoid public Wi-Fi for sensitive transactions. I don't know whether many of you know that there are people who can come and set up a UON Wi-Fi here at the University of Nairobi. And yet so you can log in thinking that you are in UON Wi-Fi, you give in your credentials, you check your marks, and then all of a sudden you hear that your marks have disappeared or somebody has changed them because you are in a public network called UON Wi-Fi. If you doubt a Wi-Fi identity, please don't log into it. Especially when you want to transfer some money, you want to call sensitive or make sensitive calls and so on. I think it's very key that you realize that not every Wi-Fi is good. In fact, use Wi-Fi that you know. Nowadays, data is not expensive, so use your data, your phone if possible, rather than using public Wi-Fis, especially students. A number of others include education and awareness. I think this is what this conference is all about, and the lady there from ICTA, wherever she is from, I think that is what we're doing. Regular review of privacy settings. How many of us keep seeing those pop-ups about cookies on your browser? Every time you visit a site, it says, blah, blah, we have these cookies, do you accept them? Is there anyone who refuses them here? Oh, you refuse? Why do you refuse?
I don't want them to follow me, send me messages, send me unnecessary information.
Yes, that is true. That is a very good way of starting with yourself. However, the sad news is that if you're in an organization and I'm working with you and I don't refuse those cookies, and somewhere they know us, that we work together, they will follow me and they will know who you are. The unfortunate situation. So as much as we try, there are things that we can't avoid. So if they want, they will get to know you 99% by just knowing that I work with you in the same organization, even when you don't accept those cookies. That's why we need awareness. That's exactly the point I was driving home. So use encrypted communications, especially when you are dealing with private data or you're dealing with sensitive information and so on. In this country nowadays, if you call someone and you're discussing a sensitive matter, you hear them telling you, let me call you through WhatsApp. How many of us can associate with that? Yeah, the young people who are doing their own deals. You need to be able to monitor your financial and personal information. Be careful not to share them anywhere. Be sure that your devices are protected. You have up-to-date, operating systems for your devices, and get information from trusted sources. So in summary, as far as traditional practical steps are concerned, move to the next, then threats are constant. You can apply all sorts of best practices. You can employ risk analysis. You can have recovery strategy because you know for sure that you'll be attacked at some point. Don't panic when attacked, because why would you panic and you knew you are going to be attacked? So the first point is get to know that you'll be attacked, so that when you're attacked, you know that you had prepared for it. Many people panic. Some emails will come from very high top there, people saying, we have to be back in the next 5 minutes, otherwise you will be fired. If you are to fire ICT directors every time an attack comes, you fire until you fire yourself, because you will be the only remaining ICT director. So get to know that you'll be attacked. And it's a progressive thing. Staying informed, assuming you are naked, and you need to adapt to new threats. Now, these are what you call old, traditional, practical, but they are working. But then, as that gentleman said, this internet is becoming problematic. How then are we going to be working on it so that we reduce the challenges associated with being on the internet? That then brings us to something called modern ways of dealing with cybersecurity, one of which is called zero trust security. Zero trust is exactly that. That's what I'm going to discuss. What is zero trust? Sorry, please. Yes. The evolving cybersecurity landscape, and I'm not going to do that a lot because we already know that things change every day. And then we look at zero trust principles and the importance of employing new cybersecurity paradigm. Zero trust says, trust nothing. It says, you control everyone, you control everything, control every device in your institution. And that I think the University of Nairobi ICT department has done that quite well. Because when I am in my office, I am in the university Wi-Fi, I cannot call through the Wi-Fi via WhatsApp. And I asked them and they explained, and it sounds very close to zero trust. They have to know every device that connects to the university. So basically, trust nothing. If it's devices, if it's data, if it's network, if it's workload, if it's people. That is very difficult in an institution that you have people. In the University of Nairobi, for example, you can imagine untrusting everybody, 40,000 people plus. Although it is what is going to work for the current cybersecurity challenges. Let me give you the difference in terms of, move to the next one. What's the difference between zero trust and the traditional way of doing things, given that we are used to the way of doing things? Please move the slides. And we get to the question, the firewall issue. But I'm not going to go technical. A firewall is like a perimeter wall in your home. So you make an assumption that once the perimeter wall is good and the electric fence is working and the rest of wires are okay, nobody will come in. So anybody who is outside is dangerous, anybody who is inside is good. That has been the traditional way of doing things. So you have the internet on the other end, and you have yourself inside here. And once you have your stuff inside, you are safe. So what is protecting you from the internet is what we call the firewall. So that wall which you have there. However, you realize that that is not going to work because the threats are inside. So the answer to that question is this. There are more threats inside an organization than there are outside the organization. Every time you get attacked, you think they come from outside. Even when they come from outside, they have to pick an account that is within the organization and use that account to attack you internally. So it's like this guy coming to your home and then picking one of your children or anybody who your visitor you trust, and then they come in, or rather they pay them out there. Paying here means, they snatch some of the things that they use to get into the house. So the key, the password and everything. And then they are in, then they do their business. But then they are doing that business not as attackers, they are doing that business as your spouse, your children, your relatives, whoever comes to that house. In the organization, it's the same. We have seen cases where students' accounts have been used to try and hack the system. It's not that the students who are doing it. Somebody managed to get the student's account and they were attacking from outside. Now, the reason why this traditional way of doing things is no longer going to work is because the threats are more inside than outside. So the limitation of the old model is that there are too many devices connected to the internet. So if you have a firewall there are challenges associated with that because this firewall might have limitations, thousands and thousands of devices. It might be compromised. Number two is that you'll be restricting people. People don't want this kind of restriction. How do you restrict 100,000 devices in a firewall? For those of us who are techies, it's going to be impossible. It's like having 10,000 people in your home visiting, and you still want to say you have to pass through the gate because the watchman has to clear you and your visitors. Everybody is moving in and out, and the watchman has to confirm that you are the guy who was here. It's like that. Data is going, coming, exchanges within, outside, and so on. The firewall cannot do that. And therefore, there is need for this. There is need for this new strategy, or this many new strategies. One of them is zero trust. So, please move. Just move. I think I will skip those ones. Those are the challenges associated with using the traditional way. So let's get to zero trust now. So we have said zero trust is trust nothing. It doesn't stop just at verification. Most of the time, you want to verify that this is the right guy, come in, and that's it. Once you have let somebody into the organization, what do you do with them? You give them free will to do whatever they want. That is not cyberspace. If you give them free will, it may not be that they are bad people, but as I've said, they will be used by other bad people. So you need to be monitoring them. You need to be checking what they are doing. So once you've given somebody access to your institution or your network, you have to do continuous monitoring and validation and ensure that you are aware of what they are doing at any given time. Who are they talking to? Are they likely to be sending some information which may compromise us? You monitor a number of things. Some of those things fall under, or rather the things that you do to ensure that you're practicing zero trust in your network, your systems, your data center, and so on, fall under what we call 4 main principles of zero trust. Number one is verify identity and context. Let's move to the next one so that I just move through them quickly. Number one is context is very key. Identity, okay, we know you are a student. You have logged in very well, you are good. You are a lecturer, you have logged in very well, you are good. But you have a problem. What is the context? What time are you logging in? Where are you logging in from? What are you doing immediately you log in? Because if you are a threat, you log in and you don't waste time. You want to harvest as much data as possible. Within 3 seconds, we see traffic moving very fast with a lot of data. And yet we know usually that as a student, you log in and then you start doing your WhatsApp. So within 5 minutes, you have done nothing. How come today you are doing things in seconds? So that zero trust must say, please stop that guy for the moment. We want to proceed. The second principle is list privileges. Give somebody the privileges they need to do what they want to do only. So if you are coming to my house to pick a glass of water, then that is it. Don't sit down. Don't do anything. Just drink water and leave. If you see any system that practices this, then you might think it's a limitation, but it's a security issue. Come in there, check. So if you are a student, you only need to be given things that a student can do. You should not even be shown that there are other things that exist. So I have seen many systems that we have. You are a student, you log in, and then you see things that the lecturer can do, but they say, if you click here, you will not be allowed to go there. That is already a vulnerability. If you click there and you realize that you are not getting in there, you then start having ideas of how you can access a lecturer's module. So list privileges, give people exactly what they need, and that is it. That is the end of those database. Have the database have its own firewall, have its own detection mechanisms, have its own monitoring mechanisms. If you have the network, do have the same. If you have applications, they have to have the same set of security. So that in case there is an attack to one of them, or in case an attacker breaks into the entire system, they will still have to try and break into individual assets which you have. It's like this: if you have a house which has 3 rooms, 4 rooms, in this case, including the washrooms, you have to lock every room. So that in case these guys come in, they can only access one place, maybe the entry point, maybe 1 bedroom. They should not be able to access the entire house once they are there. That is what it means in layman's language. But technically speaking, it is what we used to do as network segmentation, so that if you land in a network, you are supposed to identify yourself before you move to the next level. So because of time, I am going to, I don't know. Oh, you move to the 4th one, which is continuous monitoring and analysis. When you have allowed this person to get into a particular resource because you have done identification and you have segmentation already, you need to know what they are doing, as I said. You need to continue monitoring, you need to do analysis to see what these guys are doing. So real-time monitoring is very key, so that if you notice any abnormal behavior, then you just alert the team and they can stop that person. So there are a lot of data analytics going on because of this security issue, so that you are able to monitor your networks, your resources, and so on. I am not giving you the details because of time, but one of the most important things I mentioned here about analytics and continuous monitoring is that you need to understand your users. You need to understand, for example, that when a lecturer logs into the system, the lecturer's module, how much time do they usually spend on average? How much data do they usually, send to the system and receive from the system on average? So if you see somebody doing 10 times what they have been doing or what the average population is doing, then that person should be stopped and investigations carried out before you proceed. So behavior analytics is very important. Once you discover that there is something happening, what do? You have to have a rapid incident response team. People who are ready to come in at any time, whether online or physical. In fact, most of the time it will not be easy to have people on the ground waiting. So usually they are online. So you have to have an incident response team and a plan. Remember, this is supposed to be IT leaders, but for me it is for everybody. So if you are running an organization, if you are protecting yourself, even your own laptop, you should be your own incident response team, so that you have a way of detecting, you have a way of looking at what has been happening, analyzing and assessment, so that you choose whether it is a threat or not. And then you have to have a response strategy. You don't just go there. And ICT people who are here will tell you, before you shut down a server, please make sure that the threat is commensurate to the losses you are going to incur when you shut down a server. And many organizations in this country, they just pull it down and then say, we will investigate. You lose 100 million while you are still saving, you're probably trying to save 1 million shillings and so on. So you have a strategy, you need to have a strategy. And of course, you need to contain the situation. Once you have known the depth of the problem, then you can choose whether you are going to contain it as you proceed with your normal services, or you're going to shut some of the services, or you're going to have software-defined networks, for example. Basically, it's a way of so forth. It says that you trust nothing, you trust no one. How do you go about in trusting no one is what we have presented as the principles of zero trust security. I want to end my presentation there. I had a lot of details, but because of time and the mood in the house, I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we stretch just a little bit, like stand? Like you can stand, please? And you follow my cue. Oh, follow my cue. Those who are seated, okay, fine. Hold your hips. And then, this is good, this is good. Okay. Your hands up. And then down. Can you try and squat, but you don't squat? just try and squat, but you don't squat. Then you go up again. Okay. I didn't say you lift your hand. Oh, yeah, please, be seated. We are going to welcome Joylene Kirui, a senior cloud security advocate at Microsoft. She has over 10 years of experience in the field of information technology. She is a mentor and a trainer. Now, here is a good part of all the rest, or out of the rest. She was crowned Woman Hacker of the Year, Woman Hacker of Africa in the year 2020. Crowned Woman of the Year Hacker in Africa 2020. Please welcome Joylene Kirui. Where's Joelyn? Uh-oh. One second. Yeah, she'll tell us. In the meantime, there is a request on hashtags on social media. I'll just read them. Cyber Week Africa, at Cyber Week Africa 2023, at CyberPro, at cybersecurity, hashtag cybersecurity conference, cybersecurity training, cybersecurity awareness month. These are proposals for hashtags on social media. There is also a slide, but it will be played. I have seen Joelyn. I know you haven't seen her, but I have seen her. Yeah, please welcome Joelyn. And tell us, have you been hacked? We looked for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Okay, you don't look very lively today. How are you feeling? Aye. One last time. How are you feeling? Okay. So we are trying to get the presentation up there. Okay. So today I'm going to talk emerging trends in cybersecurity. But before then, I want to introduce myself. My name is Joelyn Kirui. I'm a senior cloud security advocate at Microsoft. I've been in the cybersecurity field for, okay, not too long, just 10 years. And previously worked at Safaricom. I know my previous manager should be here. I've worked in the offensive and in the defensive side of cybersecurity, and currently I'm a cloud advocate, so I do cloud security and developer security content. Okay, so I would want this session to be interactive, okay? Before we have it open, I think we can have it as an interactive session before then, okay? So what do you guys think are the top technology trends that we are currently facing right now in Kenya, not only in Kenya and also in the world? I think I'll just point at anyone right now. Anyone? Yes? Perfect. So you can have the mic. So let's go to slide 1, please. Yes?
Yeah, okay. In my opinion, I'll mention 2 technology trends that I think are taking over. There is blockchain technology, and then there is AI, artificial intelligence.
Okay, do you use any of those?
Yes, I'm a developer, a blockchain developer, basically, but I've also interacted with AI. Yeah.
What do you know about dark web?
I think we have internet where there's a light side and a dark side.
Light mode and dark mode.
Yeah. And also big data is about how you store your data in the cloud or something. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Okay, that's a good try. We are going to dive into. Please, let's start from slide 1. Okay. Okay, so. Yes, so I wanted to do a demo today, but everything has to happen from up there. So I wanted to show you how we can be able to use AI practically to defend and also to attack cybersecurity. But I think for that one, I'll have to link you up to my bio, and then I show you how to do it, okay? But before then, let's just look at some of the trends that we're seeing right now, like in 2023 and also in the coming years. So these are things that have been prevalent before and continue being prevalent as well. So the first one I think is what's called like phishing. So this one is especially prevalent with employees. And I'm sure from the previous speakers you've heard about phishing. One of the key types is like spear phishing, where you target someone specifically and you want to, you do some bit of social engineering, you understand them. Okay, like for us, you see, normally there's usually that point of the year when you have your bonus, isn't it? So and then you receive an email from, HR saying, oh, please to access your bonus statement and whatnot, click this. So normally they do some bit of analysis and then they detect and create some form of malware according to your specific time and your specific use case. So spear phishing is one of the types of phishing. So in order to prevent yourself against phishing, as always, it's always important to do employee employment awareness training as well. So it being Cybersecurity Month, how many of us, I know we have several companies here, have done some bit of employee training against phishing and all the other cybersecurity attacks that is common within your organization? How many? Don't be like, okay. So yes, this is one of the common attacks that we're seeing. So let's go. Okay, so this is the era of AI. So being at Microsoft, we are ourselves saying this is the era of AI. And it being the era of AI, we are trying as much as possible to deploy all our solutions as well in line with artificial intelligence. So not only for defensive, but also for offensive. So one of the key things that you have to use as well, even within cybersecurity, we have to move with the trends, is to deploy our solutions in line with artificial intelligence. So I know some of us, like all of us have used ChatGPT. How many of us have used ChatGPT? It should be all of us, right? I think you were using it too much until we're forgetting how to use logic at times, isn't it? So yes, let's try to use it only for relevant things. This is trained by humans, yes? So it has a huge collection of data sets. It's trained, it has a huge large language processing as well, and large language models. So in line with this as well, we need to be able to use artificial intelligence safely, know what kind of data you're training with those models as well. One key thing that you should look at in AI is prompt injection. So you have your interface, you have your chat interface, and then you're able to prompt it probably for sensitive data. Should it be able to give you sensitive data? It shouldn't. So as a developer of your AI application, you should be able to train it to detect if someone is trying to get sensitive data, okay? So in line with this as well, we have solutions as well in-house that you should be able to deploy. Within your solutions, be it defensive, it should be able to detect any anomaly. So here we are detecting some bit of artificial intelligence to identify anomalous behavior and how it can be able to be stopped automatically because we usually have security operations center personnel, yes? So they can't be able to detect everything at once. So you should be able to remove all the noise using artificial intelligence and machine learning so that they can be able to focus on the important stuff, okay? And at least that's an important thing in artificial intelligence. That has really changed the trends in cybersecurity for us going forward, for sure. Within Microsoft, one key thing that we are doing as well is a security copilot for your defensive side. So for defensive side, you can be able to just talk to the prompt as a human, and then you can be able to tell you, so how can I be able to protect all these systems that I have it on Azure? And then to be able to go in and tell you, okay, so this is what you have deployed. How can you be able to defend this? And this gives you all those recommendations and how you can be able to do that. For the developers, I'm sure you've used GitHub Copilot, right? Do you know you can also use GitHub Copilot to find security vulnerabilities within your IDE? Yes, so most of these generative AI models, they're also trained to detect security vulnerabilities. So if you just highlight your bit of code and then you ask the chat functionality, so is this code secure? It should be able to give you the list of security vulnerabilities. So you can imagine the extent to which AI has driven this innovation. It's just phenomenal, yeah? So before we'd have like personnel, security personnel who would do all the security review for you, and then there would be a lot of back and forth between you and the security personnel. Like meet the developer, and then the security guy gives me all the security vulnerabilities, and then I fix them. And then it goes back and forth until all the security vulnerabilities are fixed, and then you go to production, isn't it? So right now you can be able to shift security left, what we call DevSecOps, and identifies the security vulnerabilities as early on as possible using AI. Isn't it? It's amazing, right? Right? Yeah. So another trend that we are seeing within cybersecurity this year and also going forward is privacy regulations. So right now we are forced to actually comply to all these regulations, because if you don't comply to them, you're actually charged as well. So especially in the data protection regulations as well, you need to be able to comply to the Data Protection Act. If you don't comply and then you're hacked, you'll be fined an amount of money. So like in Europe as well, in the Americas, they have all these other data protection acts as well, the likes of GDPR, HIPAA as well for health regulations, and here at Kenya we also have our Data Protection Act. So you need to be able to review that and make sure that you are in compliant with these regulations. And in the event that you are actually compromised, you need to also communicate that, because there are also fines if you do not comply with that, isn't it? So we already covered phishing, and some of the things that you need to look at. Who can tell me how you can be able to detect a phishing attack? Anyone?
Sure, I can answer it.
Yes.
If,
Okay.
for example, an email address is misspelled, misspelling in an email address here.
Perfect. Another? Here? I forgot to bring swagger. You know, that one usually drives people to answer questions, but I promise if you answer, I will give you next time. Is it? Yes.
What is that you are giving again so that I answer properly?
So it depends. Water bottles.
Okay, so I will answer this question well. Usually, fishing has something very promising and very nice. So it has to be something you are not expecting, but it looks very nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
When you see the username has abnormal numbers or a weird name that doesn't look real and authentic.
But you know, these guys are actually very cautious nowadays. You see something like Facebook, they'll just change it, something very small, and then they'll probably add like FAAC, like you will probably oversee, so it won't be very obvious nowadays.
But when you see a nice picture in the profile, it only has one follower.
account is a story. That's a long story. There's a story behind that for sure.
Okay, on the basic side, I would go for the domain. For example, if it is UON, then I know they could be having some domain. But then here I'm seeing hr@gmail.com. So I will check the domain first.
Yes, true. So, true. We usually like quick money, isn't it? Especially like us Kenyans, like when you receive an SMS saying the claims department, there's some amount of money that is in this account. Go and claim it. So yes, a lot of lottery claims as well. So yes, we need to be very cautious around this and train everyone around you. Even train your grandmother, train your uncle. They don't have to be tech savvy. Train them on how to be able to identify some of these things, okay? Ooh, this is a big one. So most of the malware that was actually created this year were actually malware that's related to ransomware, like half of it. And this one is also prevalent because you're still using a lot of cryptocurrencies for payment. So most of the developers of ransomware, they demand for payment through cryptocurrency, okay? So ransomware, how many of us have been hacked or have been ransomed? Please, I want to hear one story. A story, You have? Okay. Do you mind telling us what ransomware is, how you were able to navigate? Did you pay the amount?
They actually sent emails of consignment that is in Mombasa port, and they told me there's a code they're sending. So I didn't quickly send the reply to the email because I suspected, why are you sending me a consignment with millions and you cannot pay $200 to clear it? So I suspected this is fraud. Another one was a message from to my phone. Oh, you have won this amount of money. To get it, you have to send this so that we can send the rest. So that one was a little bit. And also another one they normally call. I hear people say they're calling from committee. So they tell you, hello, how are you? My name is so-and-so from Equity. So this time around, I asked them, where exactly are you at Equity? Because I work there. I'm in room 4. So they told me, actually, I'm in committee and I need lunch. So I told them I'll send it if I get it.
Okay, that's interesting aspect of social engineering. Maybe you can talk on ransomware. So yes, that's yeah. Yeah.
This happened to me. I was accessing this website. Trying to get some resources. So I ended up installing a certain resources from that. But inside that, there was a Trojan horse, or maybe I don't know. They run, I think, in the background, they normally run some scripts on your machine, and then they end up locking all your files completely. The good thing was that, I had some ideas of, what, that has been done. And I was lucky enough because this was more of an offline key. So I ended up, looking for the key and, trying to, unlock my files and all that. I was successful and unlocked half of my files. The rest of them, went that way. So that was, the experience that I had with it.
How much were they requesting for?
They gave me no, they requested around $5,000 to $10,000.
35,000?
No, 5,000.
$5,000.
Yes.
Wow, and with our current exchange rate, that's
No, what like that? There also like I also noticed that there was also like credit card information and also like other accounts. You know, like we normally save a lot of accounts on Chrome. You end up saving a lot of password and all that.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of things that happened to me, and I ended up detecting some of these things, like the location was Indonesia or you know, like Thailand and all those things. But I later on, you know, like took some security measures and ended up, you know, like cleaning all those things.
Oh.
But yes, I had some damages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your story. So yes, in such a case, your files will be encrypted, and then they'll tell you that you need to pay a certain amount of money for a particular key to be used, so that you can be able to decrypt using that key. And in most cases, we advise, or not in most cases, in all cases, we advise don't pay. So the thing that happened in Las Vegas in August, there's a big hotel suite chain that was actually compromised using ransomware. Do you know what they ended up doing? They ended up paying the ransomware amount, and they were not given the key. And the amount that they actually were asked for was in the millions of dollars, not only like $5,000 that you're saying. So you can imagine. So in such a way, such a case, you should always have an active backup of your files, of your applications as well, so that in such a case, you always fall back on your backup. Okay? Please, back up everything. So there's something that he mentioned about now applications starting to pop up, and then there's some keystroke as well. So a lot of solutions right now, one key trend as well in cybersecurity is behavioral biometrics, because our machines usually has a way of learning what we are doing. So in the event that we are going in and doing something anomalously, like normally it takes me around 5 seconds to input my password. So right now it's taking me like milliseconds. That's an anomaly, isn't it? So we are now in the era of also developing solutions to have behavioral analysis as well, so that you can be able to understand someone's normal behavior and try and understand what is an anomaly. In the case of an anomaly, it should be able to block and also warn maybe a SOC analyst that this machine might be compromised, okay? Ooh, this I really like talking about. So supply chain attacks. Do you know like 80 to 90% of the solutions that we have out there are actually from third-party components or open source components as well? So imagine whatever you are integrating to or bringing within your code, even as a developer, it's very inevitable that we always have to use open source components as well. You can be able to use Bootstrap, you can be able to use various components that you're bringing within your code. So you can imagine if you're borrowing 80% of code within your code base, you are actually introducing a lot of vulnerabilities within your code base, isn't it? So you need to make sure that you're always doing supply chain vulnerability analysis. So this is what we call software composition analysis. Software composition analysis is whereby you have a detailed overview of all the components that you have borrowed in, and try and see which of these components are vulnerable, and also patch them. So to fix most of these vulnerabilities is usually just to update it to the latest version. So the company or the organization that actually created that component will release a statement as well to their customers telling them to update. So you always have to make sure that you have those communications open and you update as often as possible. Because it usually takes an attacker only one hacking attempt to compromise your systems. And for us, we have to be lucky almost throughout, isn't it? It's not fair, isn't it? So for us, we have to put a lot of layers of security to make it very hard for them. Another component for supply chain attacks is SBOM, so software bill of materials. So as often as possible, make sure that you have generated a software bill of material to have the list of all the components that you have integrated, and you've integrated within your pipeline, so that you can be able to see which ones of them are actually vulnerable, okay? Okay, so this is an interesting one. So we're seeing many and many more companies adopting a zero trust architecture. the reason why it's very important to have a zero trust architecture is because it's very hard to understand, okay, so which avenue will be used to compromise. So we want to make sure that we are not trusting everyone. We want to verify explicitly. We also want to assume breach as much as possible. If you say that you've never been hacked, that one is a lie. It's probably because you have not identified that you've been hacked before, okay? I'm sure most of us, we've been hacked. So always assume breach and put in measures as much as possible to prevent any form of attack. So always make it very hard. So you only give access in time and access on demand as well. So that whenever someone needs access to something, that's when they're granted. And also you have the least privilege principle as well. You only give access to someone that they actually need, okay? And when you're talking about zero trust architecture, we are talking about identities, we're talking about endpoint, network, application data, infrastructure, and threat protection, and policy optimization. So you have to look at all those aspects to make sure that you have least privilege principle deployed, and you have verified policy, explicitly verify identities as much as possible. Okay, so with that, I think if you have any questions, we can have 2 minutes just for Q&A. And I think I'm the person stopping you from lunch. So please, if you have questions, I'm here as well to talk about anything, cybersecurity, cloud security, developer security, anything security. Yes, do you have the mic? Behind you. Oh, okay. So just the 3 of you, and then.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rafael Kaibiru. I have a question. In cybersecurity awareness training, when we are training users on how to identify a phishing email, one of the red flag is grammar. And now we are using, or rather attackers are using generative AI to come up with email, or rather phishing emails. So what do you think we should do, or rather what can we do to identify that email as a phishing email? Because a generative AI tool will not have bad grammar as a red flag that we look at as cybersecurity professionals. So what do you think people should do to avoid that attack that is AI generated?
I like that. Okay, I personally can tell when someone has used ChatGPT. Who can tell? Because I've seen requests like someone has generated maybe a CV, and then you can tell, oh, this one definitely it's not human created, it's just generated by AI. But yes, so there are other aspects as well for phishing that we look at. So even if they've removed the grammatical error aspect, we're still looking at the domain, we still look at the links that are being shared. So yes, you have to make sure that whatever links that are embedded within the email is actually the correct link. The documents that are attached are actually scanned as well using, let's say, I know you have various email providers. So normally most of them have vulnerability scanners as well. Make sure that those are enabled as well to scan those documents for vulnerabilities. In most cases, it will tell you that this one is a malicious document. So you shouldn't, and also if you are not expecting a particular document from someone, don't just download it. Like if you know that person, you're like, just call them or ask them, so I've received this email from you. Is this actually from you? Do some due diligence as well, okay? Yeah.
My question is, me and anyone, on behalf of anyone, who wants to pursue a career in cybersecurity, what are your best recommendations? Basically, you can learn a lot about the industry itself and also the knowledge itself, but you need to have a strong foundation, or maybe a basic foundation. Maybe somewhere, because I've seen security is related to so many things.
Yes.
Are you supposed to be well-rounded enough to know anything, certain things about data, about finance, about a lot of things, for you to become a specialist? Or you know, like, is there any prerequisite before, you know, like, you jump into the whole, to you know, like, to the whole field?
Mm.
So please answer that.
Oh, I like that. There was a professor who talked earlier from EC Council. So EC Council has very many programs as well for cybersecurity, including like CEH as well, which are very good for foundational knowledge for cybersecurity. Okay, and I saw the offering as well some free certifications. I'm not sure. Do you have anyone from EC Council? Maybe you can talk about that later on as well.
I mean, like, okay, personally, if you are to start all over right
yes.
now, where will you start? What are the things that maybe like you will focus on, and then how are you going to build that to where you are right now?
Okay, that's an interesting one. So unfortunately, in Kenya, we've not reached that point where you can specialize, like you just say that I am a network security person. Like in most cases, you'll find probably there's just a security personnel who does almost everything. But if I were to do it all over again, I would do the way I do it. So how did I do it? So I was a software developer, and I had now that foundation for software development. And then now I got into application security, because having that knowledge of how to actually build solutions enabled me to understand, okay, so this one is not secure. How should I be able to build more secure products? You get? So if you are like in networking, so how can you be able to make sure that the traffic that is being transmitted is not in clear text? How can you be able to deploy and encrypt the data at rest, on storage, and in use? Okay? So it totally depends on the track that you'd want to go in as well. So the good thing with cybersecurity is that it touches on everything. So right now we're talking about the era of AI. We are now talking about AI security, because in AI security we also have Trojans. We have the prompt injection. So how can you be able to train those models to understand that someone is prompting for sensitive data? Okay. So we also have cloud security. Cloud security is quite big right now, especially like in Europe and in America. I would want to see that stage whereby we have a lot of cloud security engineers in Africa as well, because we are not many of us as now. Because we want to drive as well a lot of cloud adoption, because yeah, like we are growing, so it's inevitable in most of the instances, cloud adoption. But yes, I'm happy to, I usually do mentorship, so you can find me on the side, and then you can book a one-on-one or something, okay? Yeah. Yes.
So, thank you. So,
I think this is the last one, and then.
So
yes.
my question was relating to the story you told us for the Las Vegas hack.
Mm-hmm.
So we have seen groups like Conti and Revol have stepped up their game in providing ransomware as a service and also malware as a service. So what was your thoughts on the Kenya cybersecurity landscape? Because we are heading there, where we have specialized groups that provide these things. You don't have to be a malware engineer to perform a sophisticated hack. So how can we be ready as an industry for the eventuality that will be encountering such groups or such services that are already provided on the internet? Thank you.
Oh, I like that question a lot. So maybe we can just bring it here as I answer that. So I like that. So you can imagine a big first world country like in America, they are still experiencing that. So we still have a huge skills gap. True. And in order for us to be able to counter all those attacks, like we need very skilled personnel as well for cybersecurity to counter all that, isn't it? So yes, it's up to us now to train you who are interested in cybersecurity with the right skills, how to identify them and how to counter them, and also how to build solutions that are able to counter them as well. I know a few weeks back we had like a DDoS attack that was targeting Kenyan solutions and whatnot. And you'll probably find that they had solutions in place to protect those, isn't it? So it's just more of also using all this that we're talking about, AI, behavioral anomalies, to identify what is abnormal and to drop them as much as possible, okay? And this is actually a journey. So usually war game between us and hackers, isn't it? So we have to be very prompt in our response to make sure that we are responding to them as fast as possible. Okay? Yes.
Yeah, mine is not a question, but it's a comment, especially on the issue of the conference theme, bridging the gap of cybersecurity. And okay, I'll phrase this to you. In a nutshell, what's the best way to bridge this gap? Because we have students in school who are not doing cybersecurity. They are doing computer engineering or computer science. And we have employers who want to hire people straight from, who cannot hire people straight from school. You have to go to school, finish campus, go and do another 2 courses from EC Council or from MIT. And before you finish these courses, you are 30. Maybe you have a family. I understand it from the perspective of Cyber Week Africa is to bridge this gap and make sure at 24 you have a job with Microsoft. At 25 maybe you have a family, and at 30 you have multiple, Africa families, or something like that. The main challenge we have is the industry is sitting on the opportunity for the students. And you standing there, this question is for you. How do we bridge that gap? Because the hackers are seated here with us right now as we speak. And they're listening, but they don't have a job. So they will have to keep on hacking. Serious, if you think it's impossible, just give them the first letters of your password. And you see tomorrow your system will be down. What we are feeling is there is a gap. And the gap is seated on with the industry and with the government. And it's hurting the academia. It's not that the lecturers are not teaching the right thing. They are teaching the right thing. The students are receiving the right information. The industry doesn't want to attach them for attachment. They don't want to give them attachment. They don't want to give them exposure. The industry tells you, you need 3 years experience. The government says, the office is full. We don't have space. And the students are chopping. So the only thing they are left with is hacking because it's open world. And when, for example, just give an example, please don't hold me this responsible. Like if we have DDoS attack or something like systems of Safaricom have to be renewed because there's an exposure which is being filled, most people think it's somebody seated out of Kenya. But I personally feel it's just a guy in the University of Nairobi or Strathmore or somewhere in JKUAT who is just playing around with the networks and decided to waste his lunch hour trying to crack Microsoft or something like that. It is crackable. How do we bridge the gap from your side? How do we make that how do we get them from school straight away to the workplace? Seated next to me is the head of Africa in charge of EC Council, and we are partners with EC Council for training. So when you say this there, I'm giving him the microphone.
I'll let you answer that first.
You know what? I really like that question because I've been asking the same questions. Because we have various programs as well for cybersecurity in Kenya. And then once they finish the program, they can't hire them immediately. They say that they have to have like 2 years experience, which does not make sense. Where do they get the 2 years experience if they're not giving them the 2 years experience? So in such a case, we need to do better as an industry and as a government as well, because we need to work with the universities to identify the talent and also to train them with the skills that are needed within the industry. Close that gap. We need to close that skills gap. So at least by the time they're graduating, they have the necessary skills to get into the job market. Because what they're saying right now is that with the students who are graduating, they don't have the skills gap, the skills, isn't it? So yes, we need to work with, to move it, to shift left, yeah, to go in and train the students early on, even before they graduate, and train them on the relevant skills. Because for us, that's what we're also doing. We have programs like for Game of Learners seasons, where we bring in experts for AI. They train them on how we actually do or even build AI models within Microsoft. we give them the actual skills that are used within the marketplace. Yeah. So it's also up to you as well to do your research. So what skills are actually needed within the job market, and do you have the skills necessary? What can you do to fill that gap? Because yes, we have education bodies like EC Council which can train you. Also, like for us within Microsoft, we have the learn.microsoft.com, which is just free education. If you want to build applications on .NET, like free education is there. If you want to build your whole application securely, free education is there as well. So that's learn.microsoft.com. Okay, and yes, so I think, yeah, I'm in total agreement with you. We need to work with the bodies, even if it's from secondary, high school, to train them as early on as possible, even small kids. Because I like when you see, like in Asian countries, small kids as well can code really good applications, like even at 5 years. In Kenya, we need to reach that point where we have more and more adoption of these technologies from early onset and to close that gap. But it's up to me and you to work together, isn't it?
So I like to give reference to certain programs because before EC Council, I've been working with Intel, I've been working with Microsoft, I've been working with governments writing down their education policies. I've been involved in all those works. What is required, and I think what John was trying to say over here, is we need industry, academia, and organizations who are there with these skilling programs to come together so that we can not only do the training, but then I can give you reference of certain programs with Microsoft which I've worked in, wherein they worked at the grassroots level to launch programs which enabled students to study and then bring them to a level they were hired directly. So we need more such initiatives. Yes, it will require everybody to come together. It is not a one-man's job, but that I think is the theme of this conference. That probably is the output which is required, or the outcome which is required from this conference. If we can do some discussions on that later on the side and bring out a call, I think then the conference will be very successful.
Yes. I commit to trying to narrow it as much as possible because I believe there is an opportunity for all of us. It's up to us now to fill those opportunities because there's a huge skills gap. And also there are very many job vacancies that are just left like that. So we need to fill them as well. Okay? So please go to the last slide. I want to share my, so you can find me on LinkedIn and on X as well. So on X, I'm Joylene Kirui, and on LinkedIn, I'm Joylene Kirui. So in the event that you want to have like group sessions as well, just to talk cybersecurity, how to be able to identify the right skills or how to fill that as well, I'm happy to help in that as well. Thank you.
Wow. What a morning. Fulfilling. Okay, we break out for short lunch and we come back for more discussions. 45 minutes, please. Let's just take 45 minutes. There is lunch you can buy just within the building, this floor, 5th floor. And then we come back in 45 minutes. Thank you very much. And please give a applaud to ourselves. And we'll be back in 45 minutes. Good afternoon. Please welcome back. I am told by ICT team, the technical team, we have over 2,000 online. People who are following the event online as of this minute. So I think we are doing good in terms of participation, and welcome back. We are going to the afternoon session, and it's going to be different, just a little bit. We have our panelists who are now coming to the front, and you will be able to interact with them from the podium while you're the audience. So please, and they will introduce themselves. Each panelist will introduce themselves. I'm going to call Dr. Oluoch, Timothy, and Dorothy. Please come to the podium. They will also be joined by Haida, the keynote. He says he's feeling like he needs more time to talk. Yeah? He is not tired, he just wants to contribute, but I told him it's okay, it's fine. Dr. Oluoch, welcome. The stage is yours. And Haida is here also.
No problem. I'm okay. I can do one. I can rule the world from this side. It's okay. No problem.
Yes, thank you very much, Benjamin. And good afternoon, everyone. Are we getting excited or we are a bit bored? I'm told usually after lunchtime we feel a bit heavy. I don't want to begin by making you do a bit of those dance we did in the morning, but we'll carry on. Can you hear me now? Good. So my name is Dr. Kennedy Oluoch, Director at Kenya School of Security Management, where we train everything security from physical, information, cyber security. That is our space. We are doing our best. And together with my colleagues, who I'll allow them to introduce themselves, they'll also let us know where they are coming from and what they do in their various organizations. So, karibu sana.
Asante. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic. My name is Dorothy Matovu, and I work for IBM. And I've been with IBM more than 10 years, I'd say. I won't go more than that. But I'm very kind of pleased to come and have a conversation with you in terms of what we're doing in the region around cybersecurity. And also, my role is to really recruit business partners for IBM to be able to implement the solutions for cybersecurity and other solutions for the region. So I had a lot of points and questions asking, how do we scale up? How can we support you? Do we have to go outside Kenya? Do we have to go outside Africa to go look after jobs? No, you don't have to. There are actually jobs in here which are very challenging that we can actually help you with. We're doing things around AI, we're doing a lot of things around Watson. So quite exciting stuff we're doing with the research team. So please ask any questions that you want while I'm here today. Thank you. Yeah.
My name is Kisinga Timothy. I'm from the Kenya School of Government. I've been there slightly the same period, that's about 10 years. For the Kenya School of Government, our mandate revolves around training, research, and consultancy. We also provide advisory services, that's policy to government and other relevant stakeholders. So I'm pleased to be here. I hope we'll be able to interact and learn from each other.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm back again. Okay, my name is Heather Chaudhary. I work for Dell Technologies for East Africa. I'm responsible for enterprise solutions across the whole East Africa region. I manage around like 13 countries. And especially as our panelists said from IBM, that we also from Dell Technologies are striving into a cyber resilient ecosystem and infrastructure. Also, of lately, Dell has also introduced MDR solutions, which are Managed Detection and Response platform, in which an organization can outsource all their cybersecurity requirements to group of specialists, and it can come as a subscription. So like to set up like a virtual SOC, you don't have to buy equipment anymore. So a virtual SOC can be set up for you under a subscription. So these are some of the highlights which we'll be discussing, and definitely we are open to take your questions during the panel discussion. So be with us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. And as we have said, we are a panel. So as a panel, you'll allow us to sit down so that we can focus more on discussing a subject I believe is very central or key to this conference, a subject on cyber security competency, and more so when it comes to the demand of cybersecurity competency versus the supply of cybersecurity competency. So the discussion we're having this afternoon is a continuation of some of the issues which were addressed and presented here in the morning. We had the director of EC Council who spoke about quite some figures when it comes of the skills needed in the field of cybersecurity. And I think he was talking about, he was talking in terms of millions. He's talking about a gap of 3.2 million in terms of competency, the general competency required within the cybersecurity. And then he went ahead and said that that is more of a general figure. But as you now move to the specific areas of cybersecurity, he mentioned 8 specific areas, including cloud security and all those other areas. So that is what our discussion for this afternoon is going to focus on. So what do we mean by cyber security competency? Anybody with an idea? Is a discussion. So we want to know whether we are together there. We just want to be sure that we understand this topic so that we can be able to get a good response. Anybody with an idea of what cybersecurity competence is all about? In other terms, who is a competent cyber security professional? Anyone? Yeah, there's somebody up there. So microphone is coming your way. I think we were well represented with a computer scientist in the morning. Some were programmers, some were doing different things. Anyway, tell us.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I think cyber security competency is the ability to effectively carry out cyber security activities, maybe
penetration testing, sorry, or the other cybersecurity activities, how you effectively carry out those activities.
Very well, I think that's quite good. Let me underscore the key terms he has used. He has used the terms effectively carry out. It is one thing to know, like we were told in the morning that we have so many people who graduates with very good knowledge, but that knowledge alone does not make them able to effectively carry out. So that's a good response. So what are the key components of competency? For somebody to be competent, there are some key things that make somebody competent. For example, if you say you are a competent driver, what makes you tell a competent driver from one who is not competent? Someone else? We are in discussion. So we are discussant. We are not lecturers who are just giving lectures here. Anybody? Core components of competence. Yeah, we have two people there. There's the lady at the back. Then we have the gentleman. Let's begin with the lady right there next to you. You can lift up your hands. Okay.
Can I go?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I think the major component of competency would be ethics. So you can have the practical aspect, but being ethical, that will come first at the top of competency.
Very well, very well. He's giving us the answer in full. So he's talking about there is behavioral competency. That is to say, if you're a driver, you must be a driver who observes the traffic rules in as much as you also know how to drive. Then there is also the technical competence, isn't it? So let's narrow down the question further. When we focus on the technical competency, what are the core components of technical competency with reference to cybersecurity?
Hi. I think the key components is skills. Like you have to be outstanding on what you're doing. You can have the papers, but maybe you're an outstanding person. So how can you be an outstanding person? You have to have the skills. That's the major thing.
Thank you very much. Right at the point, there's the skill component. There's the skill component. What's the other component? So let me help us there in the interest of time. So there is the knowledge component, and then there is the skill component. Now the skill component now is the doing part of it, as was mentioned by the gentleman who spoke a bit early. So I want our discussion this afternoon to focus on those two things, the skills component as well as the knowledge component when it comes to cybersecurity competency. So that is what we'll be discussing. So I want to give this opportunity to my colleague here, Dorothy, to tell us briefly about what she knows about the skills. Remember, we get our skills through training. So Dorothy will be emphasizing what she knows about the cybersecurity training. Where are we? Are we doing well? Are we doing below average? And how best can we be able to approach it? And if she has any advice she can give to young aspiring people, then what could this advice be? Dorothy, karibu sana.
Thank you. I think I like the point the gentleman meant over there around ethics, because I think many people forget around cybersecurity in terms of assuming that if you have the firewall, then you have all the SIM boxes, you have the dams to stop anybody penetrating the organization, is that all the attacks are coming from outside. Some of the attacks that actually hit many of the organizations today are coming from inside. So that is something to remember. Your own colleague could be taking $1 out of your account without you even knowing for a whole 5 years, and you'll never know because you never watch that small decimal point. So those are the ethics sometimes we have to build into the applications. And why do I mention that? It's part of the knowledge part of it is that from an IBM perspective, we have a full program for students in Africa where it's called IBM Skills Build. So if you have access to internet, you can go and look at IBM Skills Build. You can get badges and certificates free of charge where you actually certify for internationally known skills. That is skills aside. What are we doing around building knowledge, and how do you apply that knowledge? We have a number of engagements which we work with government institutions. Even from our Dell perspective, we have a way of teaming where we run what is called hackathons. Has anybody heard of a hackathon? We want some people who are not shy to put their hand up. What is a hackathon? Surely you're not hungry, everybody had lunch. Please tell, what is a hackathon? Sorry?
From my perspective, a hackathon is like an organized event where students or techies meet to showcase their skills on certain item, like in cybersecurity or developing something. So it's an organized event for showcasing skills, different skills. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good context, showcasing the skills. But one of the key pointers from a hackathon is that you have to be resolving a problem. And when we do hackathons from a regional perspective, we do hackathons not just from a cybersecurity perspective, from a skills perspective, but also to address a problem. Like we had one hackathon about 4 years ago where we actually had a challenge with Nairobi Water where they had a leakage, where they had leakages everywhere. How do you identify leakages? If you get university professors, please forgive me if I, you'll have people who actually suffer the water leakages and they'll tell you how to fix the problem. So the key things is that we can work with the universities, we can work with industry to put hackathons to address particular problems which are regional challenges. So that is another way to get deeper skills on what we do. We also, I don't know if anybody knows here, we know we have the IBM Research Lab in Kenya. Does anybody know that? In Nairobi? Are you aware? It's at the Research Lab which is sitting at in Karen. We also have a research lab there where we do more than just cybersecurity. We also do research around the challenges we face in the region, but addressing them from AI perspective, looking at technology today, how can we use it to address the challenges we have? So I don't know if I've covered most of the things. So the opportunities are there in terms of learning and expanding our expertise. Is just how deep do we want to go? And there's many mechanisms we can do with industry, with university to do that.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. But still, back to Dorothy again. He is a graduate who has graduated from the university with a very wonderful degree, computer science. So in terms of knowledge, is okay. And let's say he's also working, and because of work, he goes through these periodic trainings which are there. But still, what does a cybersecurity professional do to further enhance his competency? Is there something more that an individual need to do apart from those degrees, apart from those training, so that one can be at the forefront or cutting edge of knowledge? Basically, I'm talking about any comment on how best research can be taken and channels which such professionals can use to advance, but through research, innovation, creativity.
That's a very good question, and it's multifaceted because it involves everybody in this room has invested their time, they've given up something to attend this kind of conferences. So it's important that you read widely, you engage and interact widely, and not specifically on one OEM. Today there was a presentation on Microsoft. IBM has solutions. There's other solutions wider than that, so you have to open up your mind wider than that. and also to reach out to research environments. So what we have is within the IBM partner ecosystem, because I lead the partner ecosystem in terms of I onboard organizations to be able to use our solutions. These are the key incubators of how to learn on the job. So if you're able to team up with organizations locally who are actually doing this kind of work, that is the best way to learn. I learned through a polytechnic before I went to university, and I was one of the first people to get jobs because I had done hands-on work. So it is critical that as you're studying, you don't focus purely on academia, but try and do hands-on learning from an industry perspective. So invest in attending key conferences, invest in learning beyond just one particular area of interest. Look out from your local perspective, what OEMs are doing. Attend their sessions, even attend their free training courses to be able to expand your expertise. And also make friends with your marketing teams. They're very well good at connecting each other, knowing what everything's happening, not just the IT department.
Thank you, Dorothy. But still back at you. It is good news to know that institutions, organizations such as IBM are right here with us. But one thing we know is that these organizations have their own procedures, their own systems and criteria of engagement. Now, assuming there is an aspiring cyber professional who, let's say, has been able to secure a place of work, so this somebody is already practicing. And this person wants to further enhance his competency through engaging in a research process. So how open are IBM research facilities to the public, or for people who are not employees or people who are not yet gotten into partnership arrangement with them? How accessible are these research labs? Maybe you can address.
The good news is that this research lab, the worst thing of doing research is doing it in isolation. So we don't do this in isolation. If anybody's, let me use the example you've given, that somebody's working and they're looking to get engaged within the IBM research lab. We have to be specific in terms of what is it they're clearly interested. Because one of the things we're doing is that we have many incubating organizations in Kenya, in the whole of actually Africa, who are doing amazing stuff around cybersecurity. We can look at working to them and second them on a project of that nature because that is of their interest. That is something we explore.
I'll need 3 people with at least 3 questions, which will be directed to Dorothy in terms of the professionals who want to advance their competency through research. So we'll be expecting 3 questions. So those 3 people, you can prepare yourself. So in the meantime, we want to turn to our friend here, Timothy. He said that he comes from Kenya School of Government. And there he said they do training, they do advisory, and they also do research. Now, with regard to cybersecurity, we would like Timothy to let us know what he understands in terms of both the demand and supply of cyber security competency. If he has any figures in terms of trends, again, he will have the opportunity to address that one. Timothy, karibu sana.
Asante, Daktari. So yes, correctly stated, the Kenya School of Government is involved in capacity building, that is training, consultancy, research, and advisory services. So when we're looking at demand for cybersecurity, and actually I look at it even from a wider range, that is demand for any training or any activity that we provide, usually there's something that is pushing that. In the case of cybersecurity, we see the demand is mainly being pushed by, we have so many cyber attacks that are happening every now and again, and has been mentioned earlier by the previous speakers. We talked about the different attacks that we have experienced. So that is one of the demands that requires us to provide a supply of competency to be able to deal with those kind of attacks. We also can say technology, as we know, is very dynamic. And what was an attack last year, probably we found a solution for it, but we have new technologies in place. We have the cloud computing, we have the AI we've mentioned, which will come with different types of threats revolving around that. So that also forms a demand where we need to have a supply of identifying these new technologies and how we can be able to build competencies around it. Maybe just something I'll say is that KSG doesn't work in isolation. We do partner with people in the industry. So for example, there's a cybersecurity training that we developed, and we worked very closely with the Communications Authority, ICTA, and also the private sector. We had some professionals who were able to come in and build curriculum with us and even roll out the training. So that's just an example of one of the trainings. We have other trainings, not specifically on cybersecurity like this one, but that revolve around ensuring we're securing our data and our information. So, Dr. A, that's what I can say at the moment in terms of demand. We see what is driving this demand, and then we try and equate and provide the supply based on that.
Now to Mr. Ida. While building up on what Timothy has just said, could there be any study that your organization has done with regard to the demand and supply of cybersecurity competency that you may want to comment about, or general data that you have come across anywhere? Because these are professionals. They want to know where are we in terms of skills and where are we in terms of demand and supply, so that they don't take a long journey in a field where there's no demand.
Thank you for this question. Actually, if you can see, this is the core essence of this conference, that where is the gap, okay? So as you rightly asked, let me just refer to a couple of things. First of all, Timothy and the organization Timothy works for, they have been working tirelessly to developing skills for not just the public sector, but also private-public collaborations with vendors and all that. But still, I think it's in a silos, because it is just addressing maybe 0.01% of the people. The challenge we face is that for Africa, if you know at large, we don't even have any governing body who can run any kind of skill analysis, that what demand we have, what supply we are doing. I can even explain it even a bit more simpler way, that when our kids, they enroll into universities, the curriculums they choose, they are not even advised about cybersecurity as a core thing. They are told, okay, learn Spanish, learn French language, learn literature, learn IT in general. But what is specific to our region, and the biggest challenge and the biggest demand, is this knowledge has never been shared. Let me give you some data from last 3 to 5 years. Back in 2020, for every 100 jobs for cybersecurity professionals, Africa was able to produce 44 people, so we were at -66%. As of today, the demand has gone higher and our supply has even dropped. So right now we are at -88%, means that for every 100 cybersecurity professional jobs, we were able to produce only 12 people per year. So see where the gap is coming from, because people are so diversified with skills, and they just want to get everything. Maybe they want an easy way to make money or something like that. But keeping in view the challenges which we are facing, they are much more deeper, much more graver, and we have to address those challenges. So, what to do about it? So, this conference is a stepping stone whereby we are collaborating with one of the leading education institute who already has initiated trainings and cybersecurity task force to a level, and also a level of R&D is going on in this university. So it's a very positive step because we only depend on the surveys and reports which are done by people who are not even in Kenya, okay? So whenever we need to get some local analytical data on cybersecurity or skills which we are developing or people we have on ground, this data is supposed to come from our universities. It's supposed to come from us, not like people sitting somewhere in South Africa tells that how many competent people we have in Kenya. I see everybody competent here. But the thing is that, are we competent in the right direction? That's the question to ask. Are we meeting the demand of the market as of today? A lot of times I also go and do like, you know, motivational speaking and, you know, consulting with students. So how would a student feel when they pass out after an undergrad or a graduation and they still don't know what they are doing? Or they are still thinking that what job would be good for them? Are we studying just to do a job or become competent, to able to do something, develop, gain knowledge and develop skills to practically implement them in our practical lives? Our banks here right now, if they have to run audits, they have to hire people from out of the country. There are very few, like only 5 or 10% people. Even I can even take name of some of big organizations who run audits in the market, and our local people are only 10% in those companies. And those banks are hiring those services, and the money is going out. So it is our time. This platform of CyberPro, I personally want to vouch for that we are here to develop those skills with our students, with the fraternity, industry-led, talk to guys who are bringing best practices to our country, and then implement them through trainings and knowledge transfer to our upcoming generation, our students, okay? So keeping in view that this is just, we are actually far, far, far behind as Africa. One of the largest continents have a very large population, but still we are not even gauging how skillful we are and how best we can direct those skills to attain something which is more usable, especially in IT, in the field of cybersecurity, in the field of artificial intelligence, in the field of advisory services, in the field of data privacy laws and stuff. So there is it's huge. And let me tell you, if anybody among us develop any skills and become certified as a certified cybersecurity practitioner, there is a certification on that. Do you have any idea what kind of demand we have for that skill set in Africa? We have less than 1,000 people in whole Africa, less than 1,000 people who has one of those certifications. And we are talking about 2-point-something billion people divided by 1,000 people. So we have in fact, we don't even, I cannot even do the calculation on that how intense it is for us to develop these skills. So that was my insight on that. I hope it has given you guys some insight as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aida, for such an enlightenment. And allow me to get back to Timothy. Timothy, you come from Kenya School of Government, where we know a lot of training goes on. It is always said that the best you can ever have is that which you can originate from within you. I know in Africa, we have a tendency to import almost everything, including knowledge. and anything imported to you becomes into your hands as a second-hand thing. So the best is what you can be able to innovate and build from within. And Africans have shown capacity that they can be able to develop and customize solutions which are homemade and which address their unique needs in a manner that make much more sense to them. Now to you, our question to you is that as a trainer, have you been able to develop, domesticate some of this training from the local perspective? And I mean the cybersecurity training. Given that you've had in the morning, there were comments that courses being pursued from outside are quite expensive. So they may be good, but within our economic context, they are not that affordable. So what have you done so far? And also give us comment in terms of how do you think we are doing or we are faring as a nation in terms of cyber security training? And if there are constraints, what are they? And what should also be the best way forward? I know those are so many questions in one, but you can try and handle them. As he handles, again, I want 3 people to prepare some good questions, which we'll give to Timothy, so that he can give further direction when it comes to those who want to pursue this profession and will want some reliable cybersecurity training. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Daktari. So I'll admit a lot still needs to be done. We are not yet there where we need to be, but I'll also admit that we are trying, and there's a lot that is still being done. Maybe just first of all, because I recognize we have students here, I just mentioned that there are programs that the government actually runs that are there to be able to help you practice the knowledge that you're getting from the classroom. So I'm aware that ICTA has an internship program as well as the public service. That one, in fact, runs for 1 year. So you're attached to an organization, a public organization, where you're able to actually practice the skills of what you have learned. So these are some organizations that you can actually reach out to. And even I think our academic institutions should be able to reach out to gain these opportunities for the students. On the issue of homegrown programs, yes, that's one thing that we actually emphasize on, customizing our programs so that they are localized at a context that is going to be adapted within our working environment. So we have partnerships with several organizations. Some are not even in Kenya, but when we domesticate those programs, we actually customize them to our Kenyan context. And the examples, in case there are any case studies and practicals, are actually relatable and can be implemented in the workplace. So in terms of the program I had mentioned earlier, that was the cybersecurity training, the key partners that we had were the CA, the ICTA, and local private practitioners in the country. So for those who have actually undertaken that course, they found it very helpful. We tried to review these programs because, as we say, technology is very dynamic. So it's not static. We keep reviewing to ensure that it's going to be able to capture any of the new technologies that are coming up so that they are actually relevant to them. I'm not sure if I have captured all the questions you had asked, Daktari, but I'm free to answer any other questions, especially if they come from the audience. Thank you.
Yes, before we get to the question and answer session, which we are just about to go to, there are those people outside there in the industry, the IT professionals, who might still be thinking that this wind of cybersecurity is just a blowing wind, and soon it will come to an end. And again, probably they're asking so many questions that is that all there is when it comes to IT? So we're also having questions here in terms of what really is cybersecurity, and how do you compare, contrast it with the usual information security we have known for quite some time? Where is the point of convergence? And should one overshadow the other, or how do we strike a balance? And again, we'll turn to Dorothy to be able to emphasize, after which now we'll be taking up your questions. Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting conversation, and I think my colleague from Microsoft should be here as well to add to it. But the cybersecurity challenge is not here to stop in terms of, it doesn't have a stop or start. It's evolving, like you mentioned, Timothy, that like learning is an evolving process. We have attackers from within, from outside, and they're also evolving in terms of knowing what rules they can actually supersede. And how do you do that? You have to have solutions and applications which are always scanning, always finding out new changes, and then making sure that you update the systems to make sure they can cope with any cybersecurity attack that can take place. So there is the cyber attack from outside, and then there is on the internal. I remember we were talking about backups. Backups are not enough, because you have Trojan horses where you have somebody will attack you and they will sleep for 10 years, and they're watching. I'm sure you're aware of that. And when it's their time to trigger, that's when they'll wake up, and all your backups will have the Trojan horse already in there. This goes back to the conversation around information and knowledge. So what's the important part of it? If you have a firewall, you make sure, if you have a firewall, does it actually update you on a weekly basis, on a daily basis of new changes that have taken place? If you have a security SIM box, which is actually looking out for attacks, are you update with that? That is the cyber part of it in terms of you being attacked. But how do you keep your data from a governance perspective? And this is the information part. How do you converge? Because the two are interlinked. Once you have that data and you've stored it, how authentic and clear is it for you? So the two can't be separated, but they're interlinked. And I wanted to also point to the question around the skills. There's a technical skills we were looking at from a proficiency perspective to be able to do this particular, to protect the attacks from an application perspective, development application perspective. But one of the other gaps we've noticed, which are beyond just the technical teams, is the senior leadership. Where you have an organization on the board or senior leadership that's missing head of security, that's where you should be applying. Because somebody is not looking after security at a senior level, or they've not been hit yet. And those are hospitals. The banks have already covered themselves to a certain extent. These are education institutions. The School of Governance, the government is the key target because they will listen in and see where the money is being sent. So any organization that doesn't have head of security, and you're in the security space, you should be applying to have that role in there. So this is where they converge in terms of you can't separate cybersecurity from information security. They're so interlocked, and therefore the roles are wide and involve governance, involve understanding the landscape you're sitting in. I don't know if anybody wants to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dorothy. Back to you, Haida. Now it is cyber security versus information security. What are the points of divergence and convergence?
Okay, thank you, Dorothy. It was very insightful. I just wanted to share some personal experiences from the past. Some years back, I used to work for a cybersecurity company here in Kenya. And we happened to run an audit for one of our back then leading banks. And just imagine, as she rightly said, it's not that always you find somebody from outside attacking you. It can be somebody sitting next to you in the same office. So we came across, I want to give you like an example. So what happened, there was a lady in the office and she was just like a junior staff. And from her account, her email was compromised. And there was an email sent from her to another friend of her with some pictures of boots, shoes, especially red color. So look out for that email. So she just sent an internal email. It was done through like a virus that I have just bought these shoes and they are on 50% off. I have gotten the black one, but red ones are still in stock. Why don't you try? And the lady who received the email, she clicked on that picture to see it, like click to enlarge. The moment she clicked that picture, her whole system was compromised, and she was actually with a higher level of authorization in the bank. And we were able to find one of the most notorious fake mobile banking app, which is called Zeus. Maybe you have heard of it if somebody has done cybersecurity research. So we found Zeus actively propagating in their primary databases and connecting to all the mobile app users and making fake transactions, and bank didn't even know, because we were the ones, we went in, we did some deep analysis, and that was production environment. Can you imagine? Like, it was live, and that software was minting money out of that bank accounts, their customer accounts, every mobile transaction, every M-Pesa transaction, some part of the money was going to an unknown account. So this is something which we have seen back in 2017, 2018. Things have progressed, right? Dorothy rightly said that now the hackers don't want to put you offline. They want you to your devices to keep alive, connected to network for as long as possible, so they can do the maximum destruction. And then another metaphor which I have developed some years back. So I have a question for everyone. So you guys, most of you or some of you buy cars, right? Or you buy houses, right? So the moment you buy a car, the first thing after registration you do is to buy insurance, right? Everybody has a car and has an insurance. So some good cars, the insurance percentage can even go up to 25%, some even 30%, some even up to 50%. So coming back to that metaphor, every organization who purchases or sets up any infrastructure for $1 million, for example, how much money do they reserve to protect it? It's a metaphor. Give it a thought, because we have seen organizations, like Dorothy rightly said, the top management, it is not even their priority to set up security. And security is not, by the way, just firewall. Security is so dynamic, and right now even we don't even have it on the, the firewall's not even on the primary level of installation. That, okay, it's there, but it doesn't do everything. The bigger concern, actually, I was in March, I was in the Connected Summit in Mombasa, and the thing was which was discussed, that who has access to your data, knowingly or unknowingly. That is another big cybersecurity challenge, data privacy. So Kenyan government has identified that this issue, has put some legislation in place, has put a commissioner's office in place who is governing the data privacy laws. So this is something as a skill which our students should develop, is to learn about cybersecurity as a skill, not as a subject, not as a general knowledge, but as a skill, that how deep you know. Because if you know about cybersecurity and you develop skills on that, you will be ready if something like a shoe picture comes to you and you are not supposed to click it. So you can only know when you develop that knowledge and that skill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that emphasis. It is now our time for Q&A. Anyone with a question? Yes, let's begin with the professor down here.
Thank you very much. I think I like the conversation. A week ago, the other week, I was in another conference in Mombasa of ICT standards and cybersecurity. And the question was where the there was a question of, so there's somebody who presented some results from a study, and it's all about cybersecurity from universities. And the gentleman was very mad at university management in all over the country, and he said none of these universities is putting a budget on cybersecurity. And then we discussed that a little bit, and we said, in Kenya, do you think how many of us would buy insurance if it was not mandatory? I mean, if we were to say it's optional to buy insurance for our cars, I think maybe 20% of us would buy. So that is natural. The second thing is, you put in money for something that you don't know whether it is going to happen, or even if it happens, you don't know whether it happened. So the next question then is, how do you convince somebody to put in money when they cannot even tell whether something they are protecting is safe? So then the next question was, so how do you then convince people of that level to put in money there? And I think you answer the question by talking about top management having a representative who understands what we are talking about, regardless of whether the other management team understands it or not. The other thing that I wanted to mention was, you know, I had the gentleman from Kenya School of Government talk about their collaborators, and I wanted to ask him whether they involved any academic institution, because I didn't hear that coming from him, and if not, then maybe why? Are we going to close universities and then we go to government, very small government institutions for training at that level? Or what do you think is a solution to this problem? Because it looks like we are dealing with a problem that is universal. Having said all that, then I think it is important to note that cybersecurity is not starting today. And it's been there. And by the way, for your information, and the lady there will tell you, that the big companies, the tech giants, have been dealing with this thing for a very long time. Technically, they have been dealing with it for a very long time. So they are very good solutions. The only thing which has changed is that the landscape has changed. Everybody is on the net, so including those who don't understand that they are on the net. So they are there. So the solutions that you or us are providing should not be the things that we've been doing all along. It has nothing to do with technology anymore. It has something to do with the rest of the population. And therefore, the answer to this is we have to live with the risk, but until the populations meet the risk, it is not going to be an easy thing to tell people invest, put a budget, and so on. Until they are hit, that is when they will do it. So we should not worry very much. It's not a pandemic. It's not COVID-19, in my opinion. It's a process that is going on that will get its solutions as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe I just have two things that I can say. Number one, in my view, I think, especially for top management to really buy into this idea, is to have ICT have a seat at the table, which for many organizations, unfortunately, you'll find ICT is still very much seen as a technical role. They're the guys who will be called to fix the projector when it's not working. And so when we don't have a seat at the table, it's very difficult for some of those agendas to be pushed. The second thing is awareness. That's something that just needs to be continually preached. Awareness is not only for the ICT practitioners, but for everyone. I think it has already been mentioned earlier There are some frameworks that organizations have implemented, such as the ISO 27001, and this one is not specific for IT. Anyone in an organization has some sense of what their role is to secure the information in that organization. So if we continually preach, make this awareness widespread, I think that will really help us go a long way. In terms of the program that we developed, I cannot say as a fact whether we had academia. We did not have an organization, an academic organization, but we had individual private practitioners, many of them who are actually coming from the academic world, because you guys have the source of knowledge as well. So I still will say and emphasize collaboration is one of the things that we need to do to fight this war. No one can do it on their own, no one can do it as a silo. Private sector, publics, and also the academia need to be involved in this. Thank you.
I just wanted to go back to the professor, that the continuum is not like COVID. Well, there are many traumas in between COVID, because it's not continuous that it hits the world everywhere at once. So I'll give you an example. A hospital in the US was attacked. Actually, it was a ransomware. They captured the whole medical information for patients. So imagine you have an operation tomorrow, and the doctor does not have your records with you. The hospital was shut down for a whole week. Some people passed on, other people had their operations postponed. People who had to do scans and get their therapy, did not get their therapy. So that's a mini trauma. And we're looking from a commercial perspective, but it has a huge impact overall. And then I'm sure everybody heard about the oil company that was hit in the US as well. It's through Internet of Things, where they shut down the Internet of Things through the cyber security. Many oil companies were a standstill, which had an impact. From a financial perspective, if, for lack of a good example, KCB or Equity was hit today, you probably won't feel it. You'll complain, make noise, but when they increase the charges for banking with them, they're actually charging you back for that kind of thing. So there are traumas. Yes, we mustn't use it as a huge thing, but we have to understand there's small traumas that actually end up impacting every individual in the whole process. So we need to be alert, as we said earlier on, but part of it is awareness, as you said, from a government perspective, from industry perspective, and also from academic.
Prof, we don't know whether you are satisfied, but we hope so. Another question? Okay, there is a gentleman right next to you up there.
Okay, hi. My name is Mongare, and I'm just a cyber enthusiast. So what I'm really curious about is the feedback systems in place which inform the curriculum, the development of the curriculum, because what I'm picking up from the three of you is a lot of this information is picked up from organizations, and it's mostly like enterprise targeted. And from what Ida had said earlier was, I think the cybersecurity, everything is focusing on the 0.01%. So what are we doing about the 99.9% out here? So that includes like the public and everything else. I feel like there's a huge loophole in getting feedback to develop the curriculum. And even apart from that, it's also about like contextualizing that feedback to inform the whole curriculum, giving it like just Kenyan values, as opposed to us having to work on a curriculum developed from outside, which is influenced by a whole other group of people who don't share the same values or probably don't share the same technology as us. So I'm just curious whether the feedback systems you guys use to develop the curriculums, whether they feature the normal public or it's just exclusively from enterprises? Or also, is it just very reactive from how Timothy had put it out? Or is there a way that it can be made proactive? Yes.
Thank you very much. That was actually, you can say, is the key question as far as I'm concerned. Most of my life and my experience, I personally has developed so many techniques and metaphors from the ground up. It is always very, very important to be on ground. Work with people, sit with people, experience what they are experiencing. That is the only way we can come up with a platform and a curriculum we directly address. The question rightly captured that we have a very unique place as a country, as looking into near and far future, what Kenya and this specific city is going to be for East Africa. We have to look into that. We know we are going towards Vision 2030. What is that Vision 2030? Is a digital Kenya. Digital Kenya is not just for us Kenyans, it is also for the whole East Africa and rest of Africa as well. Because we are going to be a hub of communication. We're gonna be a hub of finance. We're gonna be a hub of businesses for so many countries which are connected near and far to Kenya. So we have to put things right in our country to start with, starting with a proper cybersecurity policy and advisory grown, which is from our own home, not something which we import from outside. We have seen in the past, people come and they run their agendas through us. They come and they run their financial goals through us. We have seen that. I have even worked for a couple of companies, and we have made millions and millions of dollars for those guys, but end of it, we don't get anything. We don't even have good cybersecurity practitioners who are there to come and do CSRs to our students. Developing a co-curriculum, co-curricular, track is not a rocket science, okay? We can see everybody has access to internet. You can go look for best practices in cybersecurity all over the world. People who are taking lead in that. IBM is one of them. Dell is one of them. I can name like 10 different vendors, but definitely I agree to this kid that they definitely have their own agendas to follow. What about our agenda as Kenyans? Where is our agenda? Okay? So this is what I really want us to invest in. If not financially, at least spend time. Look into this thing, share, have discussion. And I think this CyberPro conference is also a point of collaboration. Come talk to us. Let's discuss. Let's see what is needed so that CyberPro can develop that curriculum to start with. We can start benchmarking from one university and then roll it out to other universities, okay? So this is how we develop our own curriculums. We can take best practices. It's not prohibited. We can use best practices from the research and development which is done in first world and second world countries. It's nothing wrong with that. But this should not be the only source of information and source of research. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ida. And I think we need some help here. And allow me to turn to Mr. Noah. Mr. Noah at the bench. Now, the issue of curriculum development can be a simple issue, and it can also be a very complex issue. I think Professor Andrew can agree with me here. Now, can you just give us a glimpse of how the issue of curriculum development is approached from a country like Israel? How do you approach it? Because here in Kenya, I think it's the professors to go outside there. By the time they go, they capture those data, analyze, come up with a curriculum, things will have changed. By the time they do those books, things have really changed. But give us your perspective.
Thank you for the question. Israel have a long history by meaning of cybersecurity. It came out of necessity, I would say. When you have challenges, you have to find out a solution. When you have too many people or organization or states that are attacking you, then you need to find a solution. History tells us that if you don't invest time and efforts in let's say, learning, in anything, if you don't invest time and effort, you don't get results. So when it comes to universities in Israel, when you come to the way that curriculum is being built, the focus is first is to challenge the students, to give them assignments and tasks that they need to think about, solutions that sometimes the problems are virtual, not even existing. But this way they have a challenge to develop new method, new solutions, and challenge themselves to find a solution. Of course, they have professor that helps them, and then another thing that helping them is the industry. There's a lot of experience in the industry, in the Israeli industry, not only in Israeli industry, but all over the world. And I would say that we are not afraid and we are not ashamed to get help and to learn from others. So if you find a university like University of Tel Aviv, that they have courses, that they have they are dedicating time and efforts on cybersecurity, for example, and the results are shown all over. So that's I would say that the essence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noah. You have heard it from him. Oh, yeah. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to add on that. I'm not because I'm afraid of Noah, but I'm a friend of the University of Tel Aviv. For curriculum development, every university has a research center on the issues addressing the nation, whether it's food sustainability, agriculture maybe, whether it's ammunition. The university is in charge of research because they have the opportunities, they have the time. The industry is in search of absorbing the research results. They are taken to the industry, and the government sponsors that. I'll give you a good example. The cybersecurity department is at the University of Tel Aviv is under Baranovich in the faculty research center. It's not in the faculty, in the discipline research center, whereby whether you are doing law, whether you are doing sciences, whether you are doing mathematics and studying something like aviation, you must do cybersecurity. Now, where does that go? The Institute of Baranovich is under the office of the Prime Minister, the highest office in the land. It's not in a certain Department of Education, which is another Department of Education, and then the CS or something like that. There are critical solutions for our nation which require critical answers and critical approach. Right now where we are seated and what we are thinking about is cybersecurity. This is a critical solution which needs critical answers, which needs not only a local solution, the national solution on how we are going to handle it, because we don't have a research center. The research center is run by the industry. We don't have a research center run by the universities, whereby they do research, they forward the information to the government takes the information, takes it to the industry for study. We are calling for collaboration from the three dimensions to build up solutions which will be able to be accepted. And the lecturers are capable of doing that. If you want real information about the banking sector, you go to the bank, ask how you bank, how are you performing. The bank will give you a printout of how they are performing. If you want to know the status of agriculture in this country, you just go to the ministry, ask them, you have this information? Yes, we have information. If you want to know something like the medical field, what are the cases of cancer in this country, you'll get it. And if you want to, if you try to ask how many people have been hacked, how many companies have been hacked in Kenya for the last 5 years, even the companies don't share the information. They are afraid. If you go to the university, what challenges are you facing on cybersecurity? Even our website is not working, but we don't want to say. And those are the issues we want to address in this conference. This conference is supposed to be a 3D connectivity, whereby we join together, come up with us. I think I'm through.
I don't know whether you've heard it. I think the key thing being underscored here is that the best way to approach the curriculum issue is through involvement. It is through doing that new knowledge is generated, then that new knowledge is passed through training. In other terms, a good curriculum originates from research of continuous work. I think we've dwelt a lot there. Anybody with a different question? Our time is actually up. Anyone with a burning question? Okay, there is wow, now who now? Okay, there's a gentleman right there. I haven't heard anybody from this corner. Okay, the gentleman up there. Then we'll turn to that corner now. I see there's a lady to the far end.
Hello once again. I want to raise a concern, and then I'll slowly make it a question that I will direct to Madam Dorothy. This is the question of, my concern is that I feel like there is a huge disconnect when it comes to opportunities that are available and the labor force that exists in the market. First of all, it is important to acknowledge that in Africa, where in our country and in the larger African context, not a lot of people are privileged to have conventional education, like most of us here who are probably university students or graduates. But there exists individuals who have not gone to or have not acquired the conventional education but have these skills, probably somebody in the rural areas or even in the slums or those informal settings haven't been privileged enough to acquire the conventional education, but maybe have had enough, because we live in an age of information where information is easily accessible. They acquire these skills through the various platforms, like the one offered by IBM, the other courses offered by Microsoft, Google, and all these platforms. They get this information, they get these skills, but they are not able to get absorbed into the market, into the industries, because most of these industries require you to have maybe bachelor degrees, masters, PhDs, and they have done these courses, so they end up being sort of secluded in this whole conversation, and they actually have skills, and most of them are actually really good. So my question is, what is the industry doing to cater for such individuals who do not have this education but have the necessary skills? We've got to hear that IBM have their research labs. Are these people considered in
when such decisions are being made or such opportunities are being created. Because, for example, in the cyber world, if these people are not catered for, they end up becoming the black hat hackers. They end up, you know, being the unethical hackers, because where do they take these skills? They're underprivileged. So,
well, I think your point is well taken, and you will get an answer. Let's turn to the other side. Somebody was raising a hand at that end. Okay. Then there's a gentleman here, just behind the professor there. You can give him a microphone.
Hi everyone. Yes, I'm Samuel Bugwa from Egerton University. Considering what my brother have said, I was also directing a question to Madam Dorothy. Yes, considering you might be having an AI or a machine learning project, but you have the skill, but you don't have a space that you can go and work there, do your research, come up with the project. And considering IBM has the crowd that you can store a lot of data. For example, when I'm training a model on health sector, for example, breast cancer, where we are in this era of this month is about breast cancer. Can I access, for example, GPU crowd servers? And because having my laptop, I don't have the space to do that. Can I have walk-in, being given a space that I can work there for a certain period, then have my project done? Another thing I was asking, considering you do offer internship for the research, you offer it for the PhD student. Considering I have that skill of doing the research on aspect of AI and machine learning, I'm doing certain project, can I be given a chance to be there as a degree student after campus before you await for the graduation? Yes, thank you.
Well taken care of. Another question before we respond. Yeah, at the very back.
So my name is Samuel, and my question is directed to any of the panelists. So in terms of capturing what you have as skills or basically education, what should you capture in your resume? Just in case you want to apply for a beginner level cybersecurity position.
Thank you. Any other question? All those three questions are relating to opportunities. There is a lady there right next to him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a student pursuing economics and statistics. So my question is there room for integration within what I'm already doing and what I could do with cybersecurity skills?
Okay, thank you very much. I think because our question is a little bit different, so maybe we'll respond to all of them before we take the last two questions. So number one, yes, there is room for integration. I believe economic statistics will be dealing with data analytics. That data need to be protected. And there is no better way to do so other than through good cyber security skills. Then for those who are talking about opportunities, be they for doing research, for jobs, this is what I have to say. Sometimes it's to do more with our mindset. We just think that the only place we can get an opportunity is from the IBMs. And let me tell you, we need the local IBMs, and you are the people. Somebody raised a concern that the focus is more on corporate institutions, and their cybersecurity challenges. And somebody already said that, how about the masses? The masses, the people, because I think individuals lose much more than corporates. Or what I mean, the total loss suffered by individual citizens are much more than those suffered by the corporate institutions. So you already has a skill. It calls for your own innovation, creativity. And you don't have to begin big, you begin small. You already have the knowledge, you already have the skill, you already know the challenges which are there. So why don't we begin some little IBMs from that perspective so that we don't keep on targeting one organization? Of course, how many opportunities can IBM give us? And we already know that they already have their own procedures and criteria. Maybe to them, they want to look at a high level. That's why the opportunities they give are to maybe PhD students. How about where your skill as a first degree holder is required? So it's all about creativity. It's all about you taking the initiative, as we also appreciate that there is need for mentorship. And that is why we are calling the industry to rise up so that our young people can also be mentored. I don't know whether Dorothy has something to add to that before we take the last two questions.
Yes, I think you kind of hit on it, is mindset. So your question was coming from a premise that everybody that is hired by OEM comes with a degree. Not everybody who's hired by these organizations come with a degree. And also the premise is that you're looking at 15, 20 years, 30 years of experience. You're in a very fortunate position that you're actually in university now. And what you, at this generation, Generation Z or whatever generation we're at, you have leapfrogged so many processes. So if I even told you my first job was to wire up rooms for training, you will not believe it. So the point here is that organizations are not, having a degree is teaching you how to assume knowledge, how to absorb it, how to be able to articulate it and use it from a proficiency perspective. But the individuals you're talking about in terms of they don't have access to that and they know how to have hands-on, they know how to get jumping through a number of loops. And sometimes they get caught out at the end. So what it means is that it's an education, it's a learning process on and on. So I think that is a key thing to remember. It's a journey. They'll get there. I mean, we have individuals who are fellows and they didn't start off like that. They started off being the programmers. Imagine a fellow, he's done his PhD and is now a fellow, but he didn't start off going through the same path of academia. It's just that in our region, in Africa, we have a fixation on a degree first before you get a job. That is our mindset that we need to look at in terms of practical engagement. Sometimes is now superseding the person with the paperwork that is involved. And I think it's key that we take that on board. And I hope I've addressed your question there. I'm going to go to the next question where you're doing a research project and you want to have access to environment. You almost want access to a data lake or environment. I can't have an answer for you now, but let's talk after this to see whether I can put you in contact with the individuals who actually manage these programs to see how they can help you. I think that was mainly part of it. Yeah, sure. And the lady over there around economics and statistics, I think you really hit on it. Because you've made a point is that nobody's collecting key statistics around cybersecurity. But also, this information can be collected. We can engage with the research lab, the university itself, to find out where we have a gap. And from an economics perspective, you could be driving policy as to why we should be going a particular way and we're not. And your data that you've collected and the learning you have actually has an impact overall. And it goes back to the topic. The cybersecurity conversation is just not for people who are in IT. It is a conversation across the board. You could be on a board of a company, and because you did a course on cybersecurity, you'll be able to guide the organization.
Yes, Aida?
Okay, two things. I wanted to make two comments. One to that student. There is always room to cross over and connect and collaborate, because the thing is that We know that without IT, we cannot even deliver your study curriculums right now. So wherever there is IT, there'll be security concern, data access, information access concern, how to secure it. Those concerns will always be there. So in nutshell, whatever you are studying, whether it is economics, whether it is statistics, whether it is IT or non-IT, marketing, sales, whatever you guys are studying, the pivot point on all that is an information access system, whether it is your curriculum access, your examination, anything, even the mobile phones you use, the social media you access, it's an information security point which has to be secured one way or another. Data privacy point which has to be implemented one way or another. So we can collaborate at any level. So coming back to the questions of guys on this side, you know, the core essence, again, let me just rework myself. The core essence of this conference is to bridge the gap. The gap is not that we want to shower more skills down your throat. No, 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 no. The bridging of the gap is the gap between the people and the industry. People and the skills. People and competency. People and access to knowledge. That is the gap we want to bridge. Okay? So for example, if my friend over there, he wants to access to a research center, which he don't know where it is and how to access it. That's where people like us, people like John, people like Noah, they come in picture, that we can make that platform available to you, not by you going somewhere, but to bring that platform to you in your university, in your training center, in your research center, and share the best practices with you and give you access. So by learning from those platforms, you are you are enabled and you are capacitated to develop your own platform for training, for curriculum, mixing both together, identifying your requirement and the best practice. So it has to be a collaborative approach, and you need that point which can connect you from everything which is external for you right now. So that is the essence of this conference. So more concerns you share with us, the better position we will be in to develop a curriculum or a collaborative understanding to bring to bridge this gap. Okay, I hope I answer most of your questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think because of time, just allow us to conclude. And as I conclude, I think there is one more assignment or a question which was asked. For the person who asked what to include in a CV, I think the CV is all about your knowledge and skill set. And the best thing you can do, put them as accurately as possible, without exaggeration, and again, without leaving out unnecessary information. Employers are very intelligent people. As long as you have substance, they'll be able to see. So there should be no worry about that. So as we conclude, let me just say that at Kenya School of Security Management, we work collaboratively. We work collaboratively with CyberPro. We also work with the Kenya Cyber Security and Forensic Association, and a lot is going on. We are doing a lot jointly. So if you want to know more about what we do, I think you can speak with Stephen. Stephen is seated somewhere there for more information. Otherwise, thank you very much. Allow me to hand over the microphone. We have overrun time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. As they are walking, please let's clap for them again. And we welcome on stage Joylene, Goodness, Steve Gamba, George Kamweru. please, yeah. George, you'll have to sit on the other side. Yeah? You want him to sit here? Yeah, yeah, you sit here. Sit here. Joylene, you're in charge now of this, these experts. Yeah, Joylene is the one now in charge. Collaborative strategies to defend against cyber criminals. Welcome.
Thank you. So this will be a very quick one, yeah? I want us to hit the stone, hit the bird, okay, yeah, to the point, yes? So I want us to just introduce ourselves and what you do in terms of cyber defense, and which company, and what your day-to-day kind of looks like, so we can understand what cyber defense really is.
Hello everyone, my name is George Kamweru. People like calling me Georgie, which is okay. So I'm from Masai Mara University. I'm in charge of the network and the servers. So my daily work is generally to be vigilant, to monitor the network and work on things that mitigate cyber threats that are directed towards our servers in our network. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Goodness Okmani, all the way from Nigeria. So happy to be with you. I have about 12 years in working in cybersecurity field. I currently work as the Chief Technology Officer in Ethno Cyber Limited, a company that actively protects organizations in different industries in Nigeria, in Kenya, in the UK, against cyber threats.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Gamba. I work at Safaricom Managed Security Services. Day for me is taking care of end-to-end managed security services, right from training and awareness, doing deployments and support, and running or taking care of incident response from a managed security perspective.
Okay, so for those who want to get into incident response, to be a SOC analyst, where would you recommend them to start?
First would be to just have a wide understanding of different technologies. So for incident response, it's not just purely on the technology, it's mainly on processes and how it interlinks with the technology and how people interact with this technology. So it would be very great if you have an understanding of how people get to interact with this technology, how the processes work, and how you get to understand the thinking. I've heard from the good professor in the morning mentioning how social engineering works, how about zero trust, how about ransomware. So if you have a wide view of how technology and people get to work together, it would be a good place to start, because in incident response, we have different areas. You'd have someone from economics and statistics getting to contribute. You'll have someone from the IT, someone from risk, someone from different backgrounds, because every incident in cybersecurity will be affecting an area within the ecosystem, the whole IT infrastructure ecosystem. So a wide view, understanding of all these aspects will be a good place to start from.
Okay, maybe we can all answer.
All right, so threat management, incident response, where to start? I think that the first thing to start is to even understand basic concepts. I call it Cybersecurity 101. All right? Many people jump into cybersecurity without even understanding basic concepts. We have a lot of people right now who are certified in a lot of cybersecurity courses. By the way, you can get any certificate in cybersecurity. I mean, you can pay for it. So you have a lot of people who have cybersecurity certificates but lack basic understanding. So what I usually tell people is start with the concepts. One of the very first things you want to learn as a person is to understand simple things like what is Windows, for example. And you ask me, I know what Windows is, but again, you may not. Because you see, you can use the most simple things to be able to accomplish those big things you know in cybersecurity. You have simple things like operating a Windows operating system or a Linux operating system, or understanding basic networking principles, or understanding basic awareness, security principles can help you. So start with the basics and then you cascade. Again, you would notice that as you progress in this field of cybersecurity on your own, you can begin to tailor-make your own security solutions, because threat hunting, threat management, incident response is more of the process and less of the technology. Technology is just used to automate most of the processes, but it's more of the process, like my colleague has said here. It's more of the process. It's less of the technology. So you find out that most organizations try to push the technology first and say, this is what you're going to implement for it to automate, for it to have incident response. That's actually one of the wrong things you have. You find you end up having more issues in your organization rather than understanding those basic, simple processes.
I'd like to bring it down to, let's say, a personal level. The other panelists who are here, they were talking about how if you combine individually, the data we lose through cyber threats is more for individuals than it is probably for even the big companies. So these incidents, for example, let me see, how many people have Gmail accounts? How many of you have lost a password somewhere? Or you forgot? There's this thing they call like two-factor authentication, where you enter your phone number and then they have to send a link to you and all that, a code. So you see, it comes down to like the most basic things, like Goodness is saying over here. That's where we begin.
Okay. So I know when we talk about cyber defense, most people think about a SOC analyst. So, and this area is actually quite broad. So what other jobs can I do under cyber defense?
All right, so I usually talk to people, and I said cybersecurity is broken into three broad areas. There is offensive, there is defensive, and there is the governance part. All right? There's offensive, there is defensive, and then there is the governance part. Everything that we have spoken about today in cybersecurity falls into this area. As an aspiring person that wants to go into cybersecurity, it's important that you want to understand where you want to fit in. In Africa, and it's a common thing, again, because of our economy, you just have to be a jack of all trades. If not, you start to lose money, because you have to know this, you have to know that, you have to know that. If you go to Israel, where Noah is, you find that they just only focus on only one thing. You just find one person just doing, he says, he's not even a network security person. All he just does is just configuring just only one type of firewall, Juniper firewall. And that is only he does. If you tell him, if you tell the support person, we have an issue with our Cisco firewall, will you not say, no, my focus is Juniper. I don't do anything else. And that's essentially it. If you come to Africa, and I've been to different African countries, you will see that we tend to juggle everything at once. And that's always the problem, okay? But then again, the purpose of this conference is to try to correct some of these things. Beyond just, apart from the defensive side of cybersecurity, as an individual, you can choose to focus on on the offensive side. We talked about being an ethical hacker, because that's exactly what the offensive security is. Then there is also the governance, risk, and compliance side. So you want to aspire to be a privacy specialist, okay? Data privacy. You want to aspire to be an ISO 27001 compliance specialist. You want to aspire to be a PCI DSS specialist. You want to start to look at how to manage risk for an organization on all these compliance frameworks. Again, these are the three broad fields you want as an aspiring person. The key for you is understand these three broad categories. Understand where you as a person, where your own interests lies, because everything comes back to interest, and then you can begin to go. So if I want to be a SOC analyst, for example, okay, so that means I'm staying at either on the side of either being a defensive person, because there is a side of SOC analyst that is doing threat hunting, which is offensive side. So again, SOC analyst is also broad, okay? So are you a threat hunter, or are you providing defense against threats that come into my organizations? Again, you want to determine what exactly you want to do within these three categories: offensive, defensive, or GRC.
So double clicking on what Goodness is mentioning about the defense. So if you just take defense on its own, so there's a principle of defense in depth, where you can run right from the edge to the endpoint. So there are different security solutions. Like it was mentioned in micro-segmentation. So you have at the edge, probably where you have your firewalls and your DDoS solutions. Then you have your web application firewalls. If you are interested in the applications, there is that you can focus on. You have the networks as well, where you just get to see how the traffic is traversing across the organization and across your infrastructure. Your endpoint security, endpoint EDR, and all these solutions, you can also look at that. And now when you come to visibility and monitoring, where you have the SOC coming in, and SOC can also just double click on it and see what other areas are there, which has been mentioned. We have the threat intelligence and threat hunting, which is more of a proactive measure. We have the incident response. There is content engineering. We're just specifically on ensuring you get the best out of the logs that are generated within the ecosystem, making sure these logs are of value. So if all these systems are generating events, how do we consume these logs, and what value would this mean to the organization, to the business, in terms of operations, and also in terms of strategy? What does the strategic team, what does the business leaders get to consume? How do they consume this information, and what does it mean to them? So there's a whole broad area just to look into from a defense perspective. Beyond that, there's also training and awareness, which should be the first thing to look into, because when there is proper awareness, when there's proper training, then there is a proactive sense of defense from cybersecurity approach.
Thank you for that.
Okay, let me just mention something. Goodness here and Steve, they come from the industry side of the cybersec thing. Given that I'm coming from the academic side, you could also look into doing research and collaborating with now industry leaders like these guys here, and that way you can be at the cutting edge of cybersecurity research and advancing the technology. That's another part you can contribute.
Yes, so it's very broad, yeah? So getting to the topic, so what are some of the best practices to defend against cybersecurity, or some of the strategies to defend against cyber criminals?
All right, so for me, I mean, from what I have seen, I'm working with real life with different organizations, whether it's those from the financial industry, from the manufacturing industry, healthcare, education, is that when we want to start defending, it's important that you first stop and ask yourself, what exactly am I defending against? All right, so that's one of the very first things you want to do. And again, it goes back to what has been said over time in this conference, which is you want to be able to define your risk, because what is considered risk for your organization will be different from what is considered risk for another organization. So rather than pushing in front technologies, cybersecurity solutions, or products, one of the things you want to start is to determine today what are those specific issues that affect me as an organization. That's one of the things you want to start out with doing. Today, one of the common issues, and we say common because we see it happen every single day, is issues with concerning malware attack, all right? And one of the use cases of malware is ransomware. And again, ransomware has now evolved. So in recent times, you now have ransomware as a service. In the past, if you want to be able to attack an organization with ransomware, you have to be a skilled person, you have to know how to develop, you have to know how to write code, because again, malware is just software, malicious software, and then you can now know how to push it to the organization. Today, you don't need to. Most of you here are maybe freshers here. You can go to websites. As we speak, there are websites that are on the internet that they call them ransomware as a service platforms. You can go there, you can subscribe. I can even give you a discount, you know, if you look beautiful. They can give you a discount, you can subscribe, and then they will tell you what exactly you want to target, which organization. You define it, and then it will give you the exact ransomware code that you can use to push into your organization. That's one. You also have people that organize crime. Again, we're speaking about collaboration. And in collaboration, these people are working like an organized crime. One of the things that they are doing right now, we have seen that happen in Nigeria, and I'm sure that some of those things are happening in Kenya too, is that they're now having recruits. So they're now recruiting people into their organization. They now have a syndicate running on the darknet where they now have recruits. So simply, they'll just send you an email asking you, how much do you currently earn today? I earn something less than 30,000 Kenya shillings. So they'll tell you they can give you something double than that. All you just need to do is to download this file and push it to somewhere. That's all you just need to do. We now have recruits working for this organized crime right there in your organization. So it's important that as an organization to determine what are those risks that I currently have today. Then the next thing will now be to determine, for me, these are some of the defense strategies I'm going to put. One, first of all, I'm going to combat against insider threats. One of the ways I'm going to do that is by managing the identity of not just my external people connecting to me, but also the identity of my internal people who are connecting to me as a way of combating inside threats. I also want to look at employing effective endpoint detection and response solutions. I am not going to rely on the traditional antivirus solutions that make use of virus signatures. I want to start to look at something that is more behavioral and analytic rather than focusing on virus signatures. Okay, so like I said, first things, understand what your risk is. And to understand it, you must carry out a full-based assessment of your enterprise, a security posture assessment of your enterprise. You can understand your risks. Then you can determine what defense strategies you want to put in place.
Well, that's on more of an enterprise level, but how do you, what kind of measures do you take as a person in order to make sure that you can mitigate against these cyber attacks? Anyone, any idea? How many of you have ever had an issue with malware? At one point in time, my laptop, I was, you know, sometimes we like to go online and watch movies from some websites, and I got attacked. And the next day when I opened my laptop, I found there was the ransomware thing where they tell you, for you now to access the data on your laptop, you have to pay them a certain amount of money in Bitcoin. And then, well, long story short, I did not pay because it was a lot of money, man. You see, as an individual, you're exposed to these kinds of risks. So I'd like to know you guys, maybe one of you can tell me, what can you do as a person to protect yourself against these things? Anyone? Don't watch, over there.
Georgie, you can come, I share with you my Netflix password, okay? Please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can share a little. I was once attacked with ransomware, but I got it from a video game. I downloaded some mods for Euro Truck, so they came with that ransomware. And then in the evening, everything was encrypted, so they asked me to pay for a file to be decrypted, to pay $20 per file. So what I decided to restore everything and to remove everything from my laptop and the Windows. But I think from that day, I'm very cautious, and even I don't download anything like movies or games now. So I think the best thing is to be cautious on whatever you download from online. Yeah. Thank you.
So are you guys telling me you have never gone to a torrent site to download a movie or a game or something of that sort? Because that's where they get you. Torrent sites are the worst. That's the first place you should avoid. Because here we are looking at not how to recover later, because I had a backup, so I just formatted the computer and I brought the backup. But these places don't even think about it. Just look for maybe a Netflix account, like she's saying. But there's places on the internet where you should totally avoid so that you stay safe. Yes. How about someone here?
Good evening, good afternoon. So one time I was downloading music from one of these random sites, and then all of a sudden you see a pop-up and it says Google is saying that your phone has a problem, and then it shows you the type of phone that you have. So if you aren't really keen, you'd be, oh, this is my type of phone and it's Google, so maybe I do have a problem. And then you click and then it takes you somewhere random. Yeah, that's my experience.
Yeah, so you can also avoid those ads. There's those pop-ups that come up, oh, you've won iPhone 15. And then you are clicking. You never participated in any competition. Why are you clicking that thing? Have you ever seen those ones? Yeah. So those are some of the things you can do as an individual. There's more, I think.
Sure, so from risk and awareness side, I think that's well captured. From governance and compliance as well, besides the training that we do, we also conduct simulation exercises. So once you are hit, you have these controls, they have been bypassed, they've been evaded in some way. So what happens in terms of incident response? So whom do you involve? What is the scope? How do you determine the scope of the attack? Once you've done that, how do you move? What is the first step? You've seen a ransomware alert on your machine. Whom do you first contact? What is the first step you take? So we do these tabletop exercises from the top management in the organizations to the end users of these machines and technologies, just to prepare. We also bring the awareness on the vectors that they come in from insider perspective, the insider threats. How do you get to protect these vectors? You have USB ports, you have these downloads that you get to have people connecting to, so you'll have controls around that. When people are working off your offices, off the network remotely, which is now very rampant, how do you get to extend that control even when they're connected on some random network at home or on a cafe somewhere? I just learned that when you have a meeting, most of the time when you have a business meeting at a cafeteria somewhere, people tend to ask for the Wi-Fi password before the menu. So they just first, before they even get to sit down, they call on the waiter and you ask them, what is it? Have you already decided? No, I first need the Wi-Fi password. So you wouldn't even know what you're connecting to. But now, once it is happening, what do you get to do? Are you aware on what to do? So some of us may not have paid the ransom, probably because they don't have the money. But we had a story earlier in the day of an organization that got to pay this amount because they could afford, because they were trying to protect their reputation, but still hit them, and they did not get to recover what they lost through the encryption.
Oh, okay, sounds interesting. So I know, Steve, you were once a SOC analyst. Okay, yes, you still do a bit of SOC analysis, isn't it? So what's the most interesting incident response of late that you've encountered, if you don't mind sharing?
All of them are interesting. Anytime we have an incident, is always interesting. We have an incident, it is always interesting. You want to see it end to end. But what I probably can answer it this way. What we are seeing currently that is on the rise, we have a very high rise in ransomware attacks. There is a high rise of phishing attacks, and you're also seeing an increase of DDoS attacks. So besides the threat, internal attacks that you're seeing, so these three are very key on our dashboards right now. Interesting is the research by the Cybersecurity IBM Report 2023. On an average, an organization will take 277 days to detect and respond to a breach. So for us, what is really interesting is how fast do we get to respond, because attacks are inevitable. You will always be hit somehow. But how fast are you able to pick it and respond? So for us, that is normally the key. From a SOC analysis perspective, one of the KPIs is the time to detect and time to respond. So when you are hit, how fast are you able to pick it, and how fast are you able to respond and restore services? So for us, that is key. Many, many incidents happen. Most of us are aware of the DDoS that we're experiencing the other day. There are many that probably are not yet in the public domain, but we get to see some are not yet successful, because for a cyber attack, there is a whole continuum, right from reconnaissance to action on that objective. So at what point are you able to pick this up? Is it at the point that the perpetrators are scanning your network, understanding your setup, or is it at the point that they are sending in this attack? So at what point do you get to pick? So it is very key for us how far we get to pick and how we can correlate with different other vectors within the organization, getting to understand who the patient zero was, how fast are we able to remediate, and what are the key lessons. So we also have a very robust knowledge share where we can pick on key learnings, what we've seen in the past, what we're seeing across the industries. And from a collaborative perspective, we get to also work hand in hand with threat intel platforms, getting to understand what is happening globally and also what is happening locally and regionally, so that we are in a position to be proactive in terms of controls and awareness.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll have questions from the audience, please. While you're having that, George, I'm curious, why is education institutions the most attacked? Like every single time, like every time I go and look, it's always education institutions. What are you guys doing?
It's more like what we are not doing. Goodness here was talking about how if you, for example, consider an IT guy in here, he wears too many hats. Like for me, I have to deal with the servers, the network. There's a bunch of stuff I need to do. So it's super difficult to like have your eyes on those things all the time. So, and that's where now the attackers get you. Secondly, I don't know if it's the case with this university or any other university, but I've seen there's a knowledge gap between, let's say, I'll call myself a youngster, and the, let's say, faculty people who are a bit older. You find a professor, sorry professor, not specifically you, but a professor, now George, come. So they call me, and then they can't even handle their laptop. So there's that knowledge gap. And case in point, I had a case some time back where we had put some contacts on our website for the faculty. Then one day, a guy gets called, a lecturer, and then someone calls them and tells them, so let's say, I'm being called about Goodness. So the guy calls himself Goodness. He's my colleague. Oh, so now my son is very sick, and I need like 15,000 shillings. please send it to my number right now. And the lecturer didn't even like try to figure out, that's not his number. He just sent the money. And it's actually a bunch of them who sent until the next day when I was hearing the stories and I'm wondering, you could have called back or called another one of your colleagues to actually confirm the story. You don't just send money like that. So, you see, that's a knowledge, because if it was me, I would have to call you or email you or WhatsApp you, whatever I need to do so that I can collaborate this information before sending anything. So we've had same cases with guys pretending to be procurement, and now they are getting money from other people. So I'd say there is a knowledge gap, and secondly, I don't think we've done enough of like the awareness. People don't know these things. I don't blame some of them. People, they don't know, or even if they do, some of them they're just choosing to be ignorant about these things. Because right now, when Goodness and Steve are speaking, they're speaking from the view of not an institution, but a business. So someone seated here might think, these are just business things. Those guys can never get to me. They'll get to you. You should know that. And that's what's happening in our universities. Yeah.
So is it that there's no budget for cybersecurity? It's not prioritized because they don't see it as a business, or, you know?
Yeah, so the main issue is the other panelists who are here, they talked about how ICT is never seen as an integral part of the university, or let's say running the institution. They're just seen as a technical team where he actually said where you call them when the projector is not working, which is actually true. You don't want to know the number of times that I've actually done that. So with all my knowledge, I get called to fix. So anyways, I think, yeah, so it's not taken seriously, ever. I generate reports about like the attacks because, well, goodness, correct me if I'm wrong, but you usually do logs and reports about attacks, even on servers and all that. But those guys don't take them seriously. They're like, so you are able to mitigate against that, then you continue doing what you're doing. So, and that's it.
Where? Okay, so questions from the audience?
So you're asking if, yeah. So I'll probably repeat the question for the benefit of the audience. If we have a successful attack, and whether it's successful or not, what happens? That's your question, right? So for us, there's an incident response plan. At the SOC level, first is the speed of how to detect, of course, through all the best practice and the processes that are in place, okay? Once we identify, our key job as an analyst is to restore, recover, remediate, making sure that it doesn't spread, okay? Now, once we identify, because that is also a part of the processes, once we identify who the perpetrator is, we get to hand it to a different team. So we hand it to probably, it depends with what the case is. If it is a fraud, there's a fraud team that will pick it from there. If it is probably an intrusion, there's another team that will pick it from there. So we have different teams within the incident response plan that get to handle at different levels. So if it gets to a point where it is being prosecuted in court, then there's another team that will take it from that point. So at different levels, we'll have different teams, but from an incident response, visibility and monitoring, ours is to make sure we pick it at the earliest. We ensure that there's recovery soon as possible, make sure we remediate if necessary, then identify part of it. We'll have identified where it's coming from, then hand it over to the team that deals with that, depending on what kind of breach or attack that you're seeing.
Yeah, you can actually go to jail. Gone are the days where you post on Twitter, I have compromised this application, and then you're given. Hello? Yeah. So I think 2 more questions, and then we have our parting shot. Okay?
I hope you have gotten my question. I was asking a normal working day. How do you run your normal working day? From beginning in the morning to the evening. Don't tell us about after work.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, I wanted to answer your question about what happens to institutions of learning. And it's obvious, you know, if you went to a home where there are children, then sugar gets finished very quickly. So here in the university, we have young people. Let me just give you one scenario. I just came in through the security check in the morning, and they were checking whether students have ID cards or exam cards or something. Then one lady just went in, and then another one came in and realized she doesn't have the card. And so she whispered the other one on the opposite side, and the other one just returned it this way, and she just came in with the same one. That's what they do for passwords, for everything. So what do you expect? But the question is to the corporate institutions, especially Safaricom. What does Safaricom do with regards to training in this country? Personally, I haven't seen. In higher learning, or apart from publicity, you know, I haven't seen anything tangible. Not from Safaricom, but from corporate institutions. It's just that you are here. I'm not talking about a specific institution. But many of them just do things for their own, in my own opinion, for their own, progression. Thank you.
One last question there, please.
Okay, thank you. So my question is to Steve. From your practice, what's the procedure, or how long does it take once you've gotten an incident and it has been responded to, for you to feed back the important information back to management so they can put it into policy or into regulation so it doesn't happen again?
The last one over there.
Okay. Okay, it's fine. Okay, mine would be a challenge to the panel and also to the organizing committee. We are having a discussion in regards to defending systems, and yet there is no demo or practical, so that we can see how vulnerable we as individuals, more so, okay, institutions, university students, lecturers, professors, how vulnerable are we in regards to one, our data, and two, applications we use on our phones. Like, we're having the discussion, but practically speaking, there's no demo to show how vulnerable we actually are in terms of cyber and data.
Okay, I've never seen a panel with demos, but maybe we'll be the first ones. Yeah, that's a nice one. So I've seen many, many demos all over, but yeah, they never do technical sessions, so that can be a challenge for us, yeah? Yes, so over to you, Steve.
So a day in incident response. So how it looks like in Safaricom. The incident response monitoring is 24 hours. So there are shifts, analysts, we have an analyst on shift every other time. We have some who are on standby in an eventuality that the one on shift monitoring has to step aside or probably attend something. We have someone taking up. Then we have another team that does level 2, level 3 analysis that is in terms of monitoring and response. But the day begins or probably starts from a meeting, getting to analyze what the previous shift was like. So we have these calls every morning, getting to see what happened for the last period. So everyone on the team is hands-on, from the threat intel team, content engineering, the GRC. We have everyone on board for that call, getting to understand what is the status, what have we seen, what was the response like, and how can we improve on that, okay? So besides that, the other operations, before we even get on board, before the SOC would start running, you'd get to see, and goodness mentioned that, to see the assets that you're monitoring. Where do they sit? Who accesses these systems? And what are the use cases? What are you actually monitoring? What is of importance to you when you see this activity? Why would you want to attend to that and not the other one? Okay, so that is what it looks like. So that happens in the morning. Normal operations during the day, with in parallel having other systems getting onboarded, getting to fine tune, making sure we have very few false positive and no false negative. So doesn't look good because we can't see, but should look good because it is actually good. And we have all these alerts coming in. We make sure we manage the alert fatigue coming in. Probably just to throw in a number, in a good day in Safaricom, we have about 35,000 events per second coming in. So that is what an analyst should be dealing with every other day. So every second you have about 35 to 38,000 events coming in every second. Now it is the work of the content engineering team to make sure that these events that are coming in, we only pick what is of essence, what should be investigated, and what should be followed through, okay? Shifts are 24 hours. When you're manning the team, you expect to be called anytime. Of course, we have we have a pool of analysts and incident response managers who will help, and we have also a rota that will help manage that. When someone is not available, who is the next person to reach out? And when there's a particular incident, who is the key person to speak to? If there's an attack to a critical system, let's say it's an M-Pesa system, we don't need to call the marketing team. But at some point we may need them because probably some of the customers are there, so they need to reach out. So at what point do we call in PR team? At what point do we involve the legal team? At what point do we involve the top level management? So there is all that process. And probably just to also touch with what our professor was asking. So we have key performance indicators. Once an alert is triggered from the system, or an incident or event is triggered from the system. So one of the key indicators is the speed by which it comes up to the channel. So first is, do we have it in real time or at least near real time so that we can respond in a good time. After that, there is the time to detect after it has fired on the channel. So on that screen that you're monitoring from, how long does it take for us, or for the analysts on shift to start working on it? And what are the times expected for them to give an analysis of that particular alert? So we have up to 1 hour to do that. If in case we are not in a position to do proper analysis end to end within the hour, it is now escalated to the level 2 analysts who will now take it up and do further investigation. At this point, we are already initiating the incident response plan. We are already involving the custodians of these systems. We are already involving the stakeholders who will be affected at this point. At that point, we also get to do a scoping. What is the level of this breach? What is the impact that is happening at this point? Some of these breaches, once it is confirmed, once it is addressed, they will be turned into policies immediately because it points to a gap that probably may not have been seen before, or probably that was not captured, or an area that may not have been well prepared for. Case in point, the denial of service. It would be interesting, and I'm still hoping to see organization getting to have such kind of tests. I don't think it's even ethical to just test to see how resilient you can probably manage such kind of an attack. And from what we are seeing, we are having these attacks at different levels. So we'll have it probably at the application level, we have it at a network level, we have it from different attack vectors. So the speed through which we respond at, the gaps, the clarity that we get to see from those reports will get to inform how fast they'll be implemented as controls, how fast they'll be adopted as policies, and how well we can get to also share that knowledge with the wider industry to pick from our experience and also just be aware of that and be proactive from their perspective in terms of implementing this. With the partnership with other institutions, probably from an education point or awareness point, I think that is still an area that I'd say from Safaricom is still an area that is a work in progress. I haven't seen much. If there is, probably it has not gotten to my level yet. Probably it's a very top level discussion. But there are internal discussions that we do. We get to reach out to different institutions from a very, I'd say, small scale. But we reach out to academic institutions from different functions. We can reach out, I remember, Jolene, you are running such a program as well when you're still in Safaricom. That's about more than 5 years back. So we reach out to institutions, getting to partner with different institutions, getting just to drive that awareness. Probably from a professor's perspective is how do we now get to involve the top level management so that we have an institution like the UON in partnership probably with some other industry company, enterprises, and businesses in the market to make sure that this is out there in the public, probably even involve the media, and make sure in as much as we are seeing these attacks presented out there, brought out in the news, we can also share the awareness with the same intensity that this is what we are doing, this is the awareness that we are bringing, this is what we are seeing, and now it is very important for us as the citizenry of this ecosystem, the cyber ecosystem, to just take these controls and implement them within our infrastructure. I believe I answered all of them.
Okay, so I just wanted to say the life from cybersecurity. Currently, of course, I handle many things, but currently, like 3 months ago, and again, that's what we're currently doing. We digressed a little bit from what is the norm in our organization, because we are looking at designing cybersecurity solutions for Africans by Africans. Most of the cybersecurity solutions, products that we have today are products that came from outside. And that is part of the reason why we will continue to have more and more issues with combating our own unique cybersecurity solution issues. So one of the things that we have done is to start to develop cybersecurity solutions. One of the things that we have, one of the major focus for cybersecurity solutions is looking at one, your mobile application. And so my day-to-day process today ensures that our mobile application platform, which we use for carrying out scans of mobile applications, APK files, IPA files, protecting those mobile applications against reverse engineering, also protecting it using artificial intelligence and machine learning. A use case in point is if you are using a bank app, for example, and you log onto your bank app and carry out a transaction here in Nairobi, for example, 5 minutes later, that's another person is a log on to that app from the United States. Our platform that we have locally developed can be able to identify that that is an issue and automatically block you. So this is what we are developing locally. We feel that by using Africans to design or develop solutions for African issues, we are able to combat the cybersecurity issues that we currently face. And as a word of pattern, it's always said that in cybersecurity, there are two types of organizations. But let me now use the word two types of people now. Those that know that they have been hacked and those that don't know that they have been hacked. So as each one of you is sitting down, ask yourself, where do I stand? Because the truth is that whether you like it or not, you have been hacked. Whether you like it or not. The question is, do you know? Or you may not know. Because you may think that your hacking will be something very, very as big as a hit on Safaricom, for example, or a hit on a big bank. Or it could be as small as you just tapping a link and going to another place and forget to use your password. So that's one of the things we're going to start looking at. How to prevent ourselves as individuals and as organizations by using tailor-made African designed solutions to combat our African cybersecurity issues.
Okay, so from my side, me and my team at the university, so we have developed sort of custom ways of dealing with the attacks and monitoring and also working on ways of mitigating. The main reason we've been working internally to generate those solutions is one, of course, funding. That's the major issue. So you find actually most of the softwares we use are open source. It's not that open source is bad. It's actually, there's a lot of software which are open source and they're very good, but it would be better if we had custom tailor-made specifically for our own situations. So anyways, so that's what we do every day. And also because actually because it's our own thing within the university, we've come up with ways. For example, when I'm seated here, I have an app on my phone that can tell me how the network is working or if there's any issues. Yeah, so we've come down to making such kinds of things. I'm pretty sure these guys, they have such things, but us, we've had to develop our own. So as a parting shot, what I would like to see more is collaborations now between corporations and now institutions of research, for example, like universities, where we have people who are doing research on things like cybersecurity, and maybe guys from the corporations, they can maybe fund or even use the people who are doing the research to come up with now new solutions to our own cybersecurity issues. That would be my parting shot.
My parting shot would be to probably ask, we get to join such conferences and get to participate. For organizations, most of the time it would be very hard to find an organization just setting up, as Prof was alluding, setting up an organization just for purposes of awareness, but you'll have teams within the organization reaching out in different capacities just to make sure that they get to share this information. And in the collaboration space, we have those institutions that we are working with, And recently there was the call for papers by the government for Cybersecurity Act and all that would be of importance in terms of the policies that get to be implemented, because if we just secure ourselves as an institution and we work in isolation as a business, then wouldn't say or probably have the confidence that we are really secure. Would want to have that also from a policy perspective, that it is passed down as a requirement by the government, probably even a law, so that it is effected and everyone gets to be onboarded. So the collaboration perspective can be very wide. From an individual perspective, just getting to join different conferences, different training forums, and get to see how the industry is shaping up and it's moving, and also involving institutions like academic institutions and the government in sharing experiences and helping also creating these policies and shaping up from experience and what we've seen working and what is not working.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was amazing. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise, yeah? So for those who want to get into like SOC analysis or defensive security, by the way, you can also create your own labs at home on your own computer and start learning. I mean, information is also available for free online, isn't it? You can be able to build your own like virtual environment and start learning on how to be able to be a SOC analyst 101. Okay? Maybe if you're interested in something like that and you don't know where to start, you can also look for us and then we can show you. Okay? Thank you.
Wow. There's someone I'm not seeing. Oh, I can see him. Okay. Announcement. The secretariat of the committee on ICT will be here, listening to your views. The committee will be here, listening to your views on how we structure or formulate cybersecurity framework. Tomorrow, we have a very tight, exciting program. I will not reveal it now, but it's going to be tomorrow. From the African perspective, there is always an opening and a closing of each day of celebration. We are calling it a celebration. The day cannot be any better than having Gabriel Bright Maudo with us. Bright, welcome. Please clap for Bright. He's going to introduce himself, and then we close the session for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. So, you know, he's so used to my dad, who's Gabriel, but we share a very similar name. That is why. I think I am very similar to my dad, but we're different. Yes, yeah. Anyway, good evening, everyone. Yeah, I've been given only 10 minutes to speak, so I think I will try to do as much as I can in this short time. So I'm just trying to, I'm here to, so my name is Bright Gamile Maudo. I'm a cybersecurity engineer dealing in the space of blockchain. That's the area I'm trying to move into a little bit. Good to see Geraldine here. And fellow other cybersecurity engineers and ninjas in the space that I've seen. I'm going to make mine pretty short and sweet, which is to talk about capacity building. How many of you are level, between 1 and 10, what is your level of from 0 to 3 of your cybersecurity journey. Okay. All right. 4 to 6. 6 to 10. Okay. 6 to 10. Fraser, I'm seeing your hand down. Anyway, so the space when it comes to cybersecurity capacity building or different kind of lessons that we can see in terms of the kind of skills that we can look at. The field is wide. And I think my fellow panelists who were there, you don't want me to move? Okay. I never like using mics because now I have to be stationed here. My fellow panelists that I've seen that were here earlier on, respect to all the things they're saying, these are the truth we've talked about. People have different kind of lessons when it comes to threat intelligence, offensive security, defensive security. And I tell people, you have to learn how to do offensive security at a point in time to know how to do defensive. Otherwise, it becomes quite difficult for you to be able to understand how do you protect an organization if you don't know how to get to break in. There's a time when it's an organization, it's a hospital in Kenya, where they were selling an offensive security, the defensive security tool. It said this tool will make sure we detect all active hacking on the network. So I told the guys, look, I'm a consultant to the hospital, and I'm going to bring my arsenal to test to see if an actual hacking is happening. Can we detect it? You know what they told me? Could you send us a list of all the tools you're going to run so that we understand, so that we can actually detect properly? I told them a thief is not going to come tell you, hey, tomorrow I'm coming with a knife, and then I'll go through gate 1, but make sure you put some extra guards or dogs on gate 3. Are we together? It doesn't work. But because those people were more on the defensive side of things and don't want to understand the offensive side of tools that can be used, so that means the tools are basically not going to really work, right? So that was the question I had to ask them to make sure we're on the same page. Many people are trying to learn cybersecurity, and I always get that DM every week. Hi, Bright, I want to learn cybersecurity. Teach me how to hack. And I'm like, it doesn't work like that. And some of them are even entitled. Fraser and I just came from the police station right now because one of the students who has been asking questions and I've been answering him for some time now decided to threaten me. Said, your days in Kenya are numbered. And I'm like, what? Is it a threat? It's like, yes, take it as you want, as you wish. I don't know if he's here. He might be here because he seems to follow me everywhere I go. If he goes to every conference that I go to, he appears. And I just never put a face to the name. But this time I said, okay, there's an active threat on Bright. This was the first one. I mean, I have had a couple of them. And people are entitled. So people want to learn, but they don't want to go through the right channel. People come to us. I have a private cybersecurity company called CyberGuard Africa. And people write out to us all the time. Teach us how to do cybersecurity, and we're willing to learn. But guess what? We always give a test. Google and come back. Google the basics. How do I get into cybersecurity? What is the basics? And come back. 90% of the time, they don't come back. Do you know why? Why do you think so? They want spoon feeding. And now people are too busy to be able to actually sit down and start teaching you alone, thinking you're the only person who has that request. Are we together? You're so lucky right now that there's so much information on the internet. And even until now, I'm still learning a lot of cybersecurity details. I don't know everything. There's some things that Fraser does, I can't do it. It's a thing my 18-year-old mentee, Mike Chesang, does. I can't do the hacking he does as fast as, you know Mike. Mike started cybersecurity when he was 11. And we started training him, like joke. Right now, he's a beast. I call him a beast because he's one of the fastest in our team. And the reason is because this guy is so diligent, goes to read, comes back and says, this does not work. Can you show me what you know? Then we get to say, okay, this is how to do it. Even a simple thing like reporting. You can know all the technical stuff to know how to run all the commands, but if you don't know how to write a report, you have failed. There's a certification called OSCP, if you heard about it, Offensive Security Certified Professional. It's a 48-hour exam. You can pass every technical hacking part of things, but if you fail the report, you fail the entire exam. Are we together? So there are different facets of things you need to look into. It's not just all about technical part of things, but there's also the interest of being able to do research, being able to understand exactly what you can learn to actually get insights from other people to assist you. So that interest has to be there. That personality has to be there. That one step forward to make sure you do something small before other people jump in is necessary. Now, we have information on the internet. Just try Hack Me, there's Hack the Box. Hack the Box Kenya is actually led by Fraser. So talk to him. He'll lead you to all the free details there. There's so many free information out there. Then you can get extra information from other institutions that are training, because you want to be a pro in different areas. You can be a person who is very technical in doing offensive security. You can be I know people who are very good at governance, like GRC, Governance Risk and Compliance. There are people who are really good at that. They are not the people to type commands every day. But guess what? There's also jobs for them. The people who do just, how do you call it? Vulnerability exploitation. They look for bugs in systems every single day, and they get to report this every year or something like that, and they make money. They are bug bounty hunters. They don't like to go to corporates. They don't want to sit in an office. They just hunt for bugs and systems everywhere, and they get paid for it. It's a business. People actually make a lot of money out of it. So you have to see what are the different career paths that exist. And then, of course, threat intelligence, which is a very interesting area. Every day I'm seeing a SOC analyst needed, a SOC analyst needed, a SOC analyst needed. And we're having a shortage of people to be able to do security monitoring. And you see, you have to aim for the fact that when you start as a SOC analyst, as a junior, you have to aim for the next level, which means what? More reading, more training. You have to constantly learn something new. Where Joelene and I were a few years ago, I don't think we can do some of the things that we used to do anymore. We can mentor, we can guide, but there's certain things we just can't do. But because of this level you get to, and I used to tell Fraser this question some time back, and I think I even told you, you can never be a technical person forever. You can't. Mark it somewhere to interrupt. You think you're the one who wants to do all the hacking every day, but you can't do that hacking every single day forever. You have to level up to a point where you're a manager, other people report to you, you get to mentor other people, and it gets moving. Unfortunately, I'm happy that I'm studying in a learning institution. Some of our professors don't get to read anything extra. I'm a lecturer at Strathmore University. I mentor other people from other universities, and that problem always keeps on coming. Where I teach the master's class, and they said, hey, my professor has told me he doesn't like the topic. Not because the topic was bad, it's because the professor has not read anything around that topic area. Are we together? So it's also a challenge for us in the various institutions to be able to learn that. We need the government to be able to come in. The government has to be able to come to create that safe space for us to be able to, first of all, share information. Because right now, I know majority of you, if you do offensive security or bug bounty hunting, you're scared to tell the government that you found something wrong. Hello? Right or wrong? Because one, they will not pay you for it. Am I lying? They will not pay you for it. Two, you're scared you might get jailed. Three, you might end up on DCI Twitter page. So you don't want to say anything. And then some of you decide to go rogue. We've seen it all in the industry. A few of us, some of the people that I mentored, I've seen them on DCI page, and it's rather unfortunate that they ended up there. But hey, you choose your path. You either create your own luck or you destroy it as well. Are we together? So there's a government part of things. There's an industry where we're seeing Microsoft University and universities. In fact, just to let you know, maybe you're not aware yet, we're about to do a work with Microsoft where we want to train as many young people in cybersecurity across universities. We are closing on that to actually do that soon. Because if you don't know, Microsoft has so many tools and solutions that I think we don't even use half of them in this country. We use less than half. And they are amazing. If you look at the kind of thing from incident response management to threat intelligence to EDRs and everything, their tools are there. And it can be used even on a government level of things, but we don't use half of them because I don't think we understand some of them. So if we can train people to become really proficient in some of those tools and solutions, but understand the details behind why you're using those tools as well, then we get to build a bigger and better workforce when it comes to cybersecurity. So yeah, industry part of things, governments and learning institutions, we need to all come together. Africa Hackon has been doing that for some time now. This year, we are not running a workshop, but we're partnering with the various, how do you call it, hackathons that are coming. There's B-Sides, there's She Hacks as well. Yeah, She Hacks came out of Africa Hackon, and it's really amazing to see what ladies are doing in cybersecurity in the space. There'll be amazing prizes that will be won, so please do come for those conferences. If you don't know why those conferences are, Google them, search them, get on Twitter, ask them questions, get to register and come for those conferences. B-Sides and She Hacks, they're all happening, I think, a week apart in November. Make sure you get to come for some of those, and they're quite interesting that you get to attend. So my take is that we keep reading, we keep learning, but the most important thing, if you forget anything I've said tonight, say tonight because it's 5:30, if you forget anything I've said today, is collaboration. You can never ever move in this industry alone. I kid you not. If you think you want to learn cybersecurity alone and be the best of the best, but you don't want to share, you can never ever move. But if you can teach one neighbor or two, a friend, share some ideas, share details that you've learned and everything, you become a better person. Sharing is the only way you can ever move in this industry. Well, I think all industries, but this particular industry, this is how I have grown. This is how some of us have grown. Simple thing like this, simple thing. Fraser saw me on the internet, on Instagram. Fraser, just raise your hand so that they can see you. We met on Instagram, we started chit-chatting. He's like, hey, I want to learn a few things about cybersecurity, but I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm stuck here. I think I've read too much, so I don't even know which side to go to. But I think I want to be on this side. Then I went to speak at ZTech University for one of these sessions like this. This guy, so I'm opening the door. This dude is right outside my car. How he knew it was my car, I don't even know. But he was maybe from social media, I guess. He waited for me until I got out, and he just started carrying my bag. He wants to move with me. I was like, okay. All right, this guy is really serious about this. But before we started talking on WhatsApp, I shared materials with him. He actually came up with a list. He had an Excel sheet. I've read A, B, C, D. This I understood 80%. This I don't understand. Right? So there's progress, which I could see his enthusiasm about it. Fast forward to a year later, me being the one who was being walked around the entire place in ZTech as a guest speaker, guess who became the guest speaker a year later? Fraser. It's nice. And now I don't have to go to all presentations. If I'm not there, Fraser can speak. I don't have to go to see all clients. If I want to see a client, Fraser can go. I don't have to communicate to all clients. Even presentations, there are days I'm just listening in. I don't say a word. I don't even introduce myself. Fraser gets to do that. And that shows the level of dedication that he has. And he was a technical person, and I kept on telling him, your technical days are done. A year later, I could see the difference of the fact that he does not need to do technical commands anymore. He is the one who faces clients. He is the one who gets to review reports. The best reporting gets to be done by Fraser, trust me. So people go for master classes with him. If you want to know how to do reporting properly, he's the one who gets to do that. And all of those is growth. It's a way of his lifestyle has changed and asking questions and being in front of people. Now Fraser gets to board meetings within huge companies and is actually the one representing all of those details. I'm just using him as an example because that's what growth is all about. That's what curiosity is all about. That's what collaboration in cybersecurity is all about. So mine is to say thank you very much for the short time you've given me, and I'm looking forward to more of these sessions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will meet tomorrow at 8. Please, you're free to interact, but not until 8. You can interact in the auditorium or outside the auditorium, but not until 8, because we'll need to close the doors and prepare for tomorrow. You also need to rest, and we'll meet tomorrow. Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow.